Alrighty. Well, my clock is saying that we're at the top of the hour. Um, your clock might be a few seconds behind, but maybe I'm ahead. Who knows? Hi everyone. Um, there's the ping that it's the top of the hour. Um, Welcome in. We'll give it a minute for a few more people to come in, but I'll go ahead and start with just a few announcements. Just so we can make sure that everyone's in and we have a pretty seamless day of getting people in and flowing on schedule. If you've seen the schedule, it's a pretty tight calendar. If you were on yesterday, we're really moving through a lot of presentations. So I want to make sure we're all on time. Well, good morning or good afternoon. Welcome to day two of NCAF's virtual fellowship fairs. My name is Malia Nellums. I'm going to be steering us through the next 2 days. Already went through one day of over 30 presentations from recruiting fellowship sites from hospitals and health systems from around the country. Before we get started with the session today or the sessions, I have a few announcements, a few housekeeping. If you were on yesterday, feel free to halfway listen or listen again um, of what's going on in NCHL world and the NCAF world. First and foremost, the Leadership Excellence Networks will be hosting our annual Leadership Excellence Summit in Chicago this year, November 16th and 17th. This year's theme is moving from insight to impact. This is a dynamic event for healthcare leadership and organizational development professionals to network and explore deeper engagement with topics across workforce strategy that include people, operations, and technology and how they impact our industry. The next thing, which I think would be super applicable for the folks on the call, is that NCAF will be holding another event in August. Not only will the third day of the virtual fellowship fairs be in August, but on August 7th, but we'll also be holding a virtual summit on August 19th. This is really exciting. It's for fellowship sites, grad programs, students, fellows, healthcare leaders, and it really takes us through leadership conversations, career coaching, peer exchange, fellowship site perspectives, and discussions on technology and the evolving healthcare environment. As an attendee, we get to network and gain practical insights on the next generation of healthcare leadership. And then attendees of that event will also get exclusive access to our brand new 2026 interview prep guide for healthcare early careerists. And it's made from direct input from recruiters at fellowship sites, some of which you'll see today, which is really exciting. I'm going to go ahead and drop the links to those two events in the chat so you have access to them. Ready? And then, of course, if you have any questions during the event about those events or about this event right now, feel free to send me a private DM. That's totally fine. Or you can send me an email at ncaf@nchl.org. Finally, one of the most exciting things is that if you heard it yesterday, you're hearing it for the second time, but this week we are launching the application fee grant for NAFCAS. So we're offering this fee grant to help reduce barriers and expand access for early career fellowship opportunities. This grant is made possible through donor support and really reflects NCHL's commitment to strengthening future healthcare leadership opportunities in the leadership pipeline. This application is for a limited number of applications. This grant covers about $140 value. Because it's a grant, not everyone who applies will receive it. But we are really excited to open up this opportunity to support people who are pursuing NAFCAS and CAF related administrative fellowships. Grants will be awarded on August 19th. So keep that in mind when you're applying to certain applications on NAFCAS. Some of them will close before that. If you're searching for a grant and you need some financial assistance and they're closing before August 19th, it might be best to go ahead and reach out to that site that's closing before that, just to make sure that you're getting what you need. I am going to go ahead and drop that fee grant application in the chat as well. So feel free to start filling that out. And then finally, a little bit of of housekeeping before we get started. Shannon, I see you on the call. Hey, a little bit of housekeeping before we get started. Again, if you have any questions, please feel free to send me a direct DM. Um, while it's not required, we highly encourage y'all to come off mute when people ask for questions, when presenters ask for questions, come off camera if you can. This is really a long sit. You might need some breaks, so feel free to, take that rest and wellness break that you need. But the presenters are really excited to hear from you and meet you just as much as you are for them. This is their chance to get to know the new group of who might be their future fellow, that might be a part of their future cohort. So I will go ahead and go on mute and I will pass it over to Shannon and the team at Ochsner.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here and for having us to tell you about Ochsner Health. I am going to share my screen with you. So let me just do that. And at the end, I'm also going to have a QR code that I'm going to share. And in sharing that QR code, it's going to bring you to our website. Our website has really great information as well. And it also will have links to applying for our our fellowship, and then also registration links for our more in-depth virtual information sessions. So I have one on July 15th. I have another one in August. So if you like what you hear today and you want to hear a little more, you can reach out to me directly, or you can also go to our website and sign up for our information sessions. So I'm just going to go through a few slides. It's a much larger deck that I would normally go over. So if you see me going fast or skipping over, I'm just trying to be mindful of the time that we have today. Tell you a little bit about myself. I am the program manager for the fellowship program. We have both administrative and finance fellowships at Ochsner. We have had a fellowship program for over 55 years. This is not something new or even something we've been doing in the last 10 years, 55 years of fellows at Ochsner. What that means is that the fellowship is really understood as part of our culture. There's a lot of yeses and open doors for people in the fellowship, and many of our campus CEOs and leaders all began their Ochsner career as an Ochsner Fellow. Our executive sponsor is a CEO who's a former fellow. Our co-executive sponsor is the COO of Community Care and also a former fellow as well. So let me just share a little bit with you, and I'll definitely give you a time to ask about questions. This is really our purpose, our culture, our values, and I'll just emphasize our values for now. It's about putting our patients first, acting with integrity, compassion, inclusivity is very important to us, excellence and teamwork. The three things that we focus on, and this is also reflected in the fellowship, is experience, patient experience and employee experience, access to care, and quality. When you're a fellow at Ochsner, you're going to have rotations and you're going to have projects that you work on. And those projects, we want you to have projects that deal with experience, that deal with access and quality, as those are our strategic priorities. And then there's also projects outside of experience, access, and quality that you will gain. We have rotations in hospital ops, clinic ops, revenue cycle, and many other. We look to see what are your interests and what direction do you want to go in as well, and to look at what projects or what rotations for you to work on. What would be a stretch assignment for you, providing that real individualized experience for you, and also having a foundation that all fellows will go through. So psychological safety is really important. Empowering teams, having caring communication and trust. These are all things that are part of our culture and that you would experience at Ochsner. Now, some people say, oh, Ochsner, that's that hospital in New Orleans. Well, there's actually several Ochsner hospitals in New Orleans, but we're also across Louisiana, in Mississippi, and we also partner with other health systems to have 65 plus clinics in Florida and Georgia and South Carolina. So we're actually 46 owned, operated, or affiliated hospitals, 370 urgent cares, 4,900 physicians and APPs, 90 medical specialties and subspecialties. So we have people from every state who come to Ochsner for care, and from more than 63 countries choose Ochsner for surgeries and for their care. So what this all means is that there are so many opportunities when you are a fellow. There are so many projects to work on. We're continuing to expand a couple of projects. Right now is we've always had Ochsner Children's, but we are building a whole new wing to Ochsner Medical Center in New Orleans, where it's several stories of our hospital that are being built right now and added on, and it's Ochsner Children's. Across the street, we just built a 6-story neurosciences center. Now, we've always had neurology and great care, but it's a new six-story independent neuroscience center at our medical center, and it's cutting edge technology. I'll give you an example. There's a room that's set up like a home. So when you have someone who is in a wheelchair and they have to use a special technology to move around, it gives them a chance to practice that technology in a clinical setting, but it looks like getting from one room to another or using appliances or whatever you may need to do. You get to practice it there before they send you home. There's a swimming pool there. There's music therapy. There's so many things that we're doing for the neurological care of our patients. And that's actually going to open in October. And then where there's an admin fellowship. So there's opportunities in Shreveport, which is North Louisiana, Lafayette, which is known as, Cajun country. And then there is Baton Rouge, New Orleans, and what we call North Shore, which is about 30-40 minutes north of New Orleans in the Covington area. So North Shore and Gulf Coast, Mississippi, the Biloxi area is a region. So that's where we have our admin fellows. Everywhere there's a red dot. Separately, we have finance fellowships, and those are in New Orleans. This is just an example. These are some of the people who started as Ochsner Fellows and they have grown within Ochsner. For us, it's really important when people come to the Ochsner Fellowship, we want you to stay. We want you to continue to grow your career. And if you look on here, you see CEOs, VPs, COOs, AVPs, directors, and even the last two, Sarah and Jack, they're still in our current fellow cohort, but they've already been able to transfer over into manager roles. So we're really proud of that success story. Everyone from our fellowship that started in 2024, so it was 2024 to 2025, they are all in full-time positions at Ochsner. And then we have 2 of our 6 admin fellows from this cohort who have moved on, Sarah and Jack, and then 4 who are continuing in their fellowship. It's an 18-month fellowship. And we have no doubt that they will transition into full-time roles as well. Finance and rev cycle, supply chain, nursing, and pharmacy, these are all former Ochsner fellows who are now VPs, directors, AVPs in our various departments. The program structure, I mentioned it's 18 months. For the admin fellowship, it's 18 months. For the finance fellowship, it's 24 months. The reason is that first 12 months, we want you to lean into learning. We don't expect you to come and know all the answers. In fact, you shouldn't if you're coming into the fellowship. You should be full of questions. And we want you to have these different rotations. We want you to ask questions. We want you to learn. And then you're also going to have professional development training. That's with me as the program manager. And then also I bring in subject matter experts. So people are going to come in and talk to you about how do you engage your team? How do you retain a team? How do you have difficult conversations with people? How do you give feedback? How do you give an annual performance review? We talk about how do you do these, and we practice. We utilize an AI software called Udly. It's been really successful with our fellows, and we've incorporated it with our managers and directors and above, where we use avatars, we create scenarios, and then you have conversations with the avatar. It's a really safe environment to practice how to have these type of conversations. To not do well and to get feedback from AI on what you did well on, what you need to work on, and then practice again. And if you've ever had to do this where it's only in front of people, it can be very intimidating. But when you're on your computer and you can practice and you can fail and no one sees you fail, and it gives you that safe space to practice and get better. And people have really found that it improved their skills and it helped them prepare for when they had these conversations in real life. So these are just some of the examples of projects that people have worked on. There is a never ending availability of projects for our fellows. And what's in it for you? It's our culture, it's our visibility. Your visibility, it's high visibility with executive leaders, your networking and building connections. It's a growing industry. We're growing. I mentioned just the Neurosciences Center and the Children's Hospital, but there's other ways we're growing in other regions as well. Lafayette area just built a freestanding emergency room in the suburbs of the Lafayette area so that we're getting that emergency care to people in other parts of the region. They don't have to make a 40-minute drive into Lafayette to get to an emergency room. So those are just some of the examples. You're going to develop leadership skills, operational skills, and business insight. It is a paid position. You get PTO, paid holidays, insurance, 401k match, employee discounts. We have an Ochsner Fitness Center that is amazing. And then Pelican Games, you get discounted tickets to that. There is a sign-on bonus and a potential yearly bonus. Also, the opportunity to earn your yellow belt, green belt, elite at no charge through our Ochsner Lean program and our project management office. And you also get $1,750. That can go toward attending a conference, maybe ACHE or some type of membership, or we've had people get their PME certifications through that. So it's really individualized. These are just some of the unique opportunities fellows can do. They volunteer at leadership events. We recently had Hoda from Today come to a leadership event. Brene Brown has been there before. Executive mentorship, that's really important. As I mentioned, we have 2 executive sponsors, but every fellow has a support team that's individual to you. You have an executive coach who is like a CEO level. You're going to have a preceptor. You're going to have a mentor and a fellow buddy, someone who recently went through the fellowship. You're also going to have me as program manager, my leader, who's the AVP of Talent and Learning. It's a tremendous support system for each of our fellows. You get to go to Ochsner System events. This is Moonlight and Miracles. It's the annual gala at the Superdome, which is very exciting. We have integrated training. There's unique opportunities. These are the fellows in the Ochsner Suite at a Saints game. We were invited by the Ochsner leadership team to meet them there and enjoy a football game together. And then community service is really important as well. On the left, you'll see 3 ladies in what we call our Osh Fest shirts, and they are volunteering at New Orleans Jazz Festival at the Ochsner Children's STEM Activity Tent. So it's great. The fellows love to go. They will take a sign up for a shift at the children's tent, and then they're at Jazz Fest for free. They can go see their favorite band that afternoon or that evening. So they really enjoyed that, and they didn't have to pay for a ticket. And then with Santa Claus, those are some of our fellows. Mrs. Benson, who owns the Saints and Pelican, she's a great partner with Ochsner, and she has Mrs. Benson's holiday kickoff for our pediatric patients during Christmas time, and our fellows go and help with that, the most amazing Christmas party I've ever been to, frankly. And then I mentioned inclusivity earlier. We have employee resource groups. So you may self-identify with these, or it may be something you want to learn more about. We encourage everyone to join these free resource groups. So we have a cultural observance calendar. So we observe Lunar New Year, LGBTQ month, Pride month, all the Memorial Day and Veterans Day, Juneteenth, Black History Month, Women's History Month. exceptional abilities or people with hidden disabilities or ADHD, autism, WOW for women, Brave for men. I mean, everything, Hispanic Heritage Month. So we have a wonderful time celebrating each other's uniqueness. And then what's the makeup of an Ochsner leader? So we're looking at capabilities, we're looking at your experiences you may bring to the table, but also how can we help you gain new experiences through the fellowship? Are there stretch assignments we can give you or certain projects for you to work on so that you are building your experiences as a fellow? We're looking at your traits and then also your values, your commitments, and your purpose. Are you a good culture fit for us as well? Who are we looking for? We're looking for people who are hungry, meaning you're curious, you want to ask questions. We're looking for people who are humble, meaning that you have empathy, and we're looking for people who are smart. Yes, sure, academically smart's important, but we're also looking for people who are showing a high level of emotional intelligence. That is equally important. So the application steps, it's a one-step process this year. You would go to the Ochsner career links in Workday. You would upload all your required documents to the application when you apply. So the only option is your letters of recommendation. If you have your letters of recommendation, you can submit them through Workday and upload it along with your resume, your transcript, and your personal statement. But we know some people will write a recommendation and they'll ask to send it directly to me, and that's okay too. So letters of recommendation can be emailed to adminfellow@ochsner.org. All other documents do need to be submitted through your application. So what's required, and again, this is all on my website, and I'm gonna share that at the end. Your personal statement, your current resume, 2 letters of recommendation, and unofficial transcript. We do reserve the sponsorship of H-1 visas for medical staff only, so we cannot sponsor, unfortunately, anyone for the administrative or finance fellowship. Your admin's personal statement, we do ask for it to be 1 page. We want to know why Ochsner, why did you choose healthcare leadership? That's really important. And then the timeline. Our application deadline is August 28th at 11:59 p.m. All documents need to be submitted, including letters of recommendation if they're coming from outside sources directly to me. Pencil this in. If you're chosen for a Zoom interview, they will be held on Monday, September 14th. So I would be reaching out to you after August 28th and scheduling for a 20-minute virtual interview. Our on-site interviews for New Orleans will be Wednesday, September 23rd. When you apply, it's going to ask you to rank your first, second, and third choice for New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Lafayette, Shreveport, or North Shore. And so we will have interviews in Shreveport, in Lafayette, and in Baton Rouge as well. North Shore will interview on September 23rd in New Orleans. Those dates are coming, but it's going to be around this same time for the other regions. It's going to be following this timeline, maybe not exactly the same day, but the same timeline. The fellowship begins summer of 2027. Tentative start date is July 26th of 2027. And you'll also have a week of onboarding in New Orleans with me the first week of August. No matter what region you're in, you will come to New Orleans for a week and spend a week with me for onboarding. I love that about the Sensory Santa. We also do separately a Sensory Santa as well. And it's been really an amazing experience for our patients who do need that type of Santa visit. So thank you. I think it's fantastic, and I hope more regions and more parts of the world have Sensory Santa for those who would experience. And then that's really it. This is a picture of our fellows having fun at Ochsner Fitness Center, because we do have pickleball there, as well as swimming pool, racquetball, spin classes, everything you can, Pilates, everything you can imagine is at Ochsner Fitness Center. And we hope you will consider applying for the fellowship. Adminfellow@ochsner.org is how you can reach me, as well as Shannon.berg@ochsner.org. This is our QR code that you can scan that will take you directly to our website with all this information, including you could register for the much longer information sessions. And we do have fellows, alumni who join me in those hour-long sessions. I'm pretty close to time. Are there any questions for me? Yes.
Uh, Thank you, Shannon, for this great presentation. I just had two quick questions. The first one being, do fellows get to rotate within the different sites and work on different projects at those different sites? And secondly, do you see applications on a rolling basis or only once the deadline has passed?
We only take applications, like we opened applications about 2 months ago. From there through August 29th, so it's not rolling. You would need to apply by then because we very quickly have our Zoom interviews, our on-site interviews, and we offer in September as well. We offer the fellowships for the next year and then we close it. But that's for the admin fellows. In the fall, we're going to open applications for the finance fellows. We'll have interviews in spring of 2027, and they will also be part of the same cohort that begins July of 2027. So we have a start and a stop for admin, and we have a start and a stop for finance fellowship. And you would apply through Ochsner career site. So there would be an open link that you could sign up, but it's not rolling. And what happens is you are like, if you were in Shreveport, you would be, it's a North Louisiana region. So you may travel within your region to Monroe, or you may go to different hospitals in that region. But then you would also occasionally, quarterly, come to New Orleans, where I'm going to have 2 or 3 days of training, professional development. We do book clubs. I bring in guest speakers. We do different tours of different places, like our patient flow center, which is incredible to see, our virtual care center. So I also schedule tours so you have exposure to those things no matter what region you're in. The work authorization, no, we do not sponsor, we don't sponsor for work. We only sponsor for our medical staff. So I'm not able to sponsor anyone for their citizenship. Ben, you had a question? Ben, I saw your hand up, but you may be on
Yeah, I think
mute
you're on
if you're
mute, Ben.
talking. Or you could put your question in chat if you're having tech issues.
I think I got it. Can you hear me?
Okay,
Okay,
I
so
can hear you.
I was wondering, like, the way the cohorts are set up, like you mentioned that, you had a buddy cohort. Um, is there any like cross-linking with the admin and the finance? Because I feel like when you're working on projects, having that insight, like if you're on the admin side, being able to collaborate with somebody on the finance side would always
Yes,
be a
yes,
great, you know, source of insight and vice versa. But
of
I just
course,
feel like that
yes.
would be a great connection to have too.
Yeah, okay, so thank you for the question. So yes, when you are let's say when you're an admin fellow, you're in a cohort, and the cohort is admin and finance fellows together in one cohort. So they are building relationships together, and you can definitely call on each other and reach out to each other. But you can also do that with people who are outside of the fellowship, who are not in the current cohort. You're going to network and meet people who were former fellows, both former finance fellows and former admin fellows. You can absolutely reach out to people and talk to them about the projects you're working on. Every admin fellow will go through rev cycle training and will have some financial training. And then same for, of course, finance fellow will have a much deeper rev cycle training. So you do get some financial exposure as an admin fellow, and 100% there's that connection and that training. The fellow buddy is someone who has already completed the fellowship and is maybe 1 or 2 years away in their career. So they're able to talk about, hey, I'm 2 or 3 years down the road. I'm a manager or a director, and I can help guide you through kind of the day to day, what it was like being a fellow, because I'm the closest to it. without having been one. But then you have a mentor who's much further along in their career, the executive coach, and then you have your preceptor who you're meeting with maybe once a week or so. And I know I'm at time, Malia. I don't want to
You're
get
good. You
you
can finish
too
out
off
your thought.
schedule.
You're good. Finish out your thought.
Okay, so you do have that center of the mentor, the preceptor, the executive coach, the buddy, you have your cohort, you have me, and then you're constantly networking and building those relationships, and you can call on any of them to get feedback as you're working on projects.
Thank you, Shannon. I think there's one more question. Oh, you already got it. All right. So
Yeah.
if you want to hang out for a minute and just see if any other questions come in the chat for you, that would be great. And I'll just pass the floor along. I think I saw Peyton on the call. But thank you so much for coming, Shannon. And we'll see you on August 7th for the next Ochsner session.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Peyton, over at UH Cleveland, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. I am here with our program director, Sarah Ramani. I'm just going to share my screen quickly. We have a couple of slides to share with you all about the Administrative Fellowship Program at University Hospitals in Cleveland, Ohio. Perfect.
Great.
And I'll let Sarah start us off.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Peyton. Appreciate the introduction. As Peyton said, my name is Sarah Rahmani. I serve as the program director for the Administrative Fellow. And my day job is I'm senior director for the Harrington Heart and Vascular Institute here at University Hospitals. I was actually the pioneer / guinea pig fellow when the program began back in 2016. So a lot of personal ties to the program and making sure that we continue to see our fellows succeed. And then Peyton, did you want to give a brief introduction on you? So I don't take that thunder.
Absolutely. I was a fellow not too long ago, our 2024-2025 cohort, and I am now an operations manager for our main campus medical center, Cleveland Medical Center.
Great. So we're going to do a little bit of a brief overview about the University Hospitals health system, just to give folks a picture of our operating system. So looking at our span across Northeast Ohio, we've grown tremendously over the last 10 to 15 years. We have 21 hospitals. 5 of these are joint ventures within Northeast Ohio, over 50 health centers and outpatient facilities, and over 200 physician offices across 16 counties. In terms of research, given that we're an academic medical center, obviously that's one of our pillars of our institution. We are involved in over 3,200 clinical trials and research studies across the system, ranging from cancer, heart and vascular, but really across all of our specialties. And we have over 19 clinical care delivery and research institutes within university hospitals. Looking at how we stand as an employer, we are actually the 8th largest in the state of Ohio and 3rd within Northeast Ohio, or the 3rd largest healthcare employer in Ohio. And we've got some stats down here. I don't want to go through line by line, but just to give folks a picture of sort of our typical annual volume as a whole system. You can go to the next slide, Peyton. Thank you. So who are we? What is our mission, vision, and our core values? Mission: to heal, to teach, to discover. Relates to us being an academic medical center, always wanting to invest and continue to push the boundaries on discovering new ways to deliver care to patients. And then our vision is advancing the science of health and the art of compassion. In terms of our core values, you see them listed here. Integrity: we pride ourselves in having employees that will do what's right for the team and for patients. Compassion, obviously, a core value for healthcare. It's why we go into this work and continue to deliver the high quality care that we do. Belonging, having that sense of belonging with not only your team but with the community here at UH. Having trust again to do the right thing, and trust to continue to deliver high quality care, and of course service excellence. to round us out. So here are just a handful of our accomplishments and recognition over the last couple years. I think the most notable really is being noted in Forbes as being a dream employer. We're ranked again as the world's most ethical company to work for. And then we have a handful of other recognitions as well with Becker's and Fortune. And unfortunately, for sports fans, we are the healthcare partner with the Browns. For those who know football, we're a diehard, Cleveland sports fans, whether or not they're doing well or not. But we do want to acknowledge that we are the official healthcare partners of the Cleveland Browns, and here's to hoping it's our year. In terms of CMC, Cleveland Medical Center's main campus, which is where our fellows spend a majority of their time. We have our Cleveland Medical Center. It's a tertiary medical center that's affiliated with Case Western University and actually now Neomed Northeast Ohio medical program. We have over 1,000 beds, and sitting on our CMC campus as well, we have 3 other hospitals. We have our Seidman Cancer Center. It's in the top 1% of U.S. cancer programs. It has over 120 beds. We've got our Rainbow Babies and Children's Hospital, full service children's hospital. It's actually Northeast Ohio, only level 1 pediatric trauma center. And we have a little under 250 beds here. And then McDonald Women's Hospital, which is actually Ohio's only dedicated hospital solely dedicated to women's services, which is incredible. And we have 93 beds there.
So Sarah has done a great job, thanks Sarah, of explaining a little bit about UH as a whole and who we are as a health system. And then I will give some more details about our administrative fellowship specifically. So our program is a 1-year program for postmasters graduates. We take a cohort of 2 fellows each year. You can see here, Gwyneth and Lucy are our current administrative fellows. They just started this past week. We split our fellowship up into a project component and then an interim management component. And then throughout that, we sprinkle in opportunities to work with senior leadership in terms of meet and greets, sitting in on senior leadership meetings to help build those connections for our fellows, build their network, build your mentorship program, and then see kind of how our senior leaders work here at UH and the behind the scenes of decision making. The first 6 months we dedicate to project work. Fellows work on a variety of different projects. Some projects, our fellows lead, take ownership over, are the project manager for, and then they also get other component of working on larger system projects that maybe span longer than our 6-month timeline, but they really get that exposure to larger projects at UH. And then the second 6 months of our fellowship, our fellows transition into an interim management role where they really step into a leadership role that's open in our system and take on all the roles and responsibilities of that interim management role, whether that be, having direct reports or having deliverables. The fellows really take ownership of that. And that's a really great opportunity that I think is unique to our fellowship at UH, where emerging leaders, new graduates can get that experience, that leadership and management experience that otherwise, might not elsewhere have. So I think that covers a little bit about our structure. We have 2 preceptors in our program leadership, 1 preceptor for each of our, cohort of 2. So you really get that direct one-on-one coaching and mentorship from your preceptor. So Sarah is our program director. I am our program coordinator. And we have Biraj Patel, who is our VP of strategic planning, as one of our fellow preceptors, and Marcus Patel, who is our VP of our Seidman Cancer Center that Sarah mentioned earlier, as another one of our preceptors. So there's, direct meetings with each of our leaders, with our fellows, to kind of go over project work. What can we do better? What do you need help with here? But then also longer term planning, where do you see yourself? How can I connect you to the resources for, what role you want to end up in, and both the day-to-day and the career development for our fellows as well. Here, we just wanted to give you all some examples of some of the fellow project work and management positions that some of our past fellows have had, as just kind of some examples of what may be coming down the line as well. So we get our fellows involved in a variety of different experiences, whether that be at our main medical center, our community hospital partners, or, you know, any of our corporate entities like finance or population health or anything like that. So you can read through some of these examples, but, you know, it's wide spanning. And we take input from the fellows on what they're interested in working on, what they really want to delve in further, and maybe what they haven't had experience with in the past that can really round them out as a whole. So that's kind of our project work. And then same thing for management positions, what's open and going to be impactful for the system at the time, and, you know, what the fellow is interested in pursuing. So you can see some of the management opportunities that our past fellows have had here. And like Sarah mentioned, she was our inaugural fellow back in 2016, and our program has definitely grown and developed over the past 10 years. But you can see that a goal of us at UH for our fellows is to target management positions and above for post-fellowship roles. In terms of that, we also have a lot of alumni either at UH still in Cleveland. So there's a whole group of fellow alumni that are here to support our current fellows and have that connection beyond just the fellowship into their post roles as well. Our fellows have all of the salary and benefits of our, you know, full-time roles here at UH. So our fellowship salary is market analyzed and competitive for other fellowship roles as well. And then the full benefits package of our full-time caregivers, health and dental, retirement savings contribution, PTO. We have 2 programs, Health UH and UH Appreciates, where you get extra, you know, monetary supplements to your salary. We have our caregiver support program that offers things like counseling sessions and other additional support for our caregivers and their families, and other optional, you know, enrollment benefits that are available as well. For the application process, we are on NAFCAS, so we follow the NAFCAS deadlines. So that will be due on September 10th this year. And then we host both virtual and in-person interviews for the eligible candidates through October. And then we, you know, extend our final offers throughout November. And then for this next cohort, we have our fellows start typically end of June, date TBD as we get a little bit closer. We have some pretty standard official graduate school transcript, 3 letters of recommendation. We ask for 1 professional and 1 academic. And then the third, you know, can be of your choice. Application that are specific to UH. So just wanted to call that out as part of the personal statement. And then we wanted to mention some fun things, highlight some fun things about moving to Cleveland. I am not from Cleveland. I am a transplant. So coming to a new city has been truly amazing and very, very fun, exploring all the different things that Cleveland has to offer. It has a big city feel, but also you get a lot of the benefits of more small town living too. There's a lot of greenery, there's a lot of nature, but then you also have all the sports that Cleveland's known for and all the extracurriculars as well that Cleveland has. And as an outsider coming in, I've truly, truly loved my experience in Cleveland, and it has made me definitely want to stay. As long as you can make it through the winters, you'll be fine. We have our 2 current fellows, like we mentioned earlier, Lucy and Gwyneth, and they are hosting some more informational sessions as we move forward through the application process. They also run our admin fellowship email. So if you have any specific questions or want to meet like with one-on-one of us to learn a little bit more about the program, please, please, please reach out. We are always happy to meet and answer questions in any way that we can. But that, I think, was just a little bit about our program and some background information. But I don't know if anyone had any questions.
I think there were 2 in the chat, Peyton. Okay. Looks like Deborah had asked, do you look for the management role yourself in the system, or do you take any open management role? So this process actually begins probably a couple months into the fellowship, where we start partnering with senior leaders in terms of understanding what open roles that might be coming down the pipeline, new positions, retirements, departures. So we actually have a formal request process where we have a form completed that if they are interested in taking a fellow for an interim role, we do prioritize those roles that have the potential to turn into permanent positions, because ultimately we want to retain our fellows and put them into positions that would set them up for success for that. So it varies most years in terms of how many opportunities we have submitted. Obviously, we weed out those that really aren't beneficial long-term for our fellows, even if it's a potential opportunity, might not be the right skill set or opportunity to advance. So I'd say most years we have anywhere between 4 to 6 opportunities that we present to the fellows to be able to decide what makes most sense for them. So we do put it on them to decide, given the options, what they'd like to do. And then I know there was another question, I don't have a name, but are there restrictions being that I'm not a recent graduate? We do have requirements for folks who apply that it does have to be, Peyton, keep me honest in the timing, because I just want to make sure it's a year recent. We define recent grad as August of last year, correct? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Any more questions?
I see
you have your hand up.
a hand raised. Yes, go ahead.
Yep.
Thank you, Peyton and Sarah. That was a great presentation. I really found the interim management position very unique, very interesting. So would love to hear from both of you. How was your experience in during those 6 months?
Sure. I would say I'll be very transparent, given that I was the first fellow almost a decade ago, which pains me to say. We have revamped the format of the fellowship since then. So when I actually came into the position, it was fully project-based with a rotation between pediatrics and women's and then the adult side. And we've been through a couple different, well, probably one other iteration, but this, given the feedback we've gotten from senior leaders and then from the fellows themselves, we felt a gap in our program was getting them exposure to people management, which, as maybe those who have had manager jobs can be the most challenging thing to learn. And really the way you learn is by getting that boots on the ground experience. So this is a relatively newer aspect of our program. It's probably been about 3 years now, Peyton, right? I think you were the second year of the program. But Peyton can speak to it because she had a really great experience. Maybe I'm speaking for you, but
No, not at all. I think the interim management was something that really attracted me to UH's program as well, being that I was a recent graduate and I went straight from undergrad to grad school to this fellowship. So that's something I was definitely looking forward to expanding and growing upon my skill set, as I knew that was kind of a gap for me. But I had a few interim management opportunities that I kind of interviewed with to learn more about the process. But I was personally really interested in community health. And we had a strategic manager for our community health primary care clinics and some specialty clinics as well. And that was something that I was really interested in. So that I kind of moved into that community health operations strategic manager role for those 6 months. I really loved all the clinics that I worked with, got to see really the mission and the vision of UH kind of be put into place in those community clinics, really serving our community, serving the people that really need those services, and being able to see that firsthand was really impactful to me. See our non-for-profit be really put to work and our population health and community health services all come together with our amazing clinical offerings as well. So that was my interim management opportunity. And then that kind of transitioned into about half of the role that I do now as an operations manager. I still have those, ambulatory sites, and then I also have some inpatient services on main campus as well. But that interim management opportunity absolutely led to my full-time role that I do now. And it was really, really beneficial for me, at least having the fellowship while I was still kind of transitioning into being a manager. Like I had direct reports and I had certain, either HR things that come up or people management or conflict resolution that I really hadn't had fall to my plate before this opportunity. And having my preceptor and having Sarah kind of help navigate those different situations that I had not experienced before was very, very beneficial. And even now in my role, the alumni of the fellowship are still supporting me throughout different things that I experience as I'm a new leader at UH. So it was really, really beneficial for me.
Thank you so much for sharing that. That's great experience. Thank you. Thank you both of you.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for asking.
And I think Peyton, you might have indirectly answered Deborah's sort of second portion of her question about whether fellows get professional development to make sure they're successful in their interim positions, just through the support of the preceptors. Now it'll be through you and myself as sort of the program coordinators, but we make sure there is weekly meetings with the preceptors, so that provides a good forum to sort of troubleshoot or get advice about how to navigate certain situations. And then the same goes with myself and Peyton meeting and making sure that we give support and guidance, because we know it's a new area, new position for fellows. We want to make sure that they're successful.
Yeah. And then even beyond our fellowship structure, which has, a dedicated preceptor, a dedicated director and coordinator to help, have those conversations with you. UH has an amazing new leader caregiver development program that I definitely took advantage of. So they have different classes and courses about either like having difficult conversations or being a new leader at UH. We even have a whole caregiver support group dedicated to like women at UH, and we have amazing programs related to that where you can hear different female leaders speak about their experience at UH. And so I think there's definitely the fellowship component, and then just UH in general is really dedicated to kind of developing new leaders as well.
Okay. Well, I know we want to keep the agenda on time, so I think we're nearing the end. If there's any other questions, please feel free to reach out. We've got our admin fellow email address, and as Peyton mentioned, we'll be having some information sessions coming up with Gwyneth and Lucy, who are our current fellows, hopefully in the next couple weeks.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. And I think there was a request for their materials after. You'll get materials, whoever sent them over, you'll get materials for presentations by tomorrow morning. So, and that will cover the presentations for today and yesterday. Just for a quick plug, because we're a little bit ahead of schedule. Chad, I see you on the call, so I'll throw it over to you in a second. At the beginning of every session, you're getting a message in the chat about who you're seeing and a few different links. You'll get a link to their website or their NAFCAS page, depending on which organization is posted. And then you'll also get a link to some early careers opportunities that are coming up that has links for upcoming events. It also has a link to NCAF's webinar calendar, which I haven't had a chance to talk about quite yet during these couple days. We host a webinar calendar with all the deadlines that we currently have for recruiting sites that are within NCAF, as well as their informational sessions that are coming up. So the same way that during the first session with Ochsner, Shannon mentioned that there will be a longer informational session that you can find information on their website. We host a calendar of a bunch of informational sessions that are coming up throughout the summer, and then also everyone's deadlines and where you can find applications for them. So if you follow that link, that's early careers or early careers resources that I posted in the chat, you can find a bunch of different stuff coming up, and you can also follow us on LinkedIn. With a minute ahead, I will go ahead and throw it over to Chad over at Corewell.
Thanks, Malia. Appreciate it. I will get my slides up and then we'll get started. All right. Thank you everyone for having me. I really appreciate it. Really excited to be here. All right. Can everyone see the slides okay? All right, cool. So my name is Chad Hausman. I am a past fellow here at OhioHealth, and we're going to get into the nitty-gritty that is our administrative fellowship program. Starting off with some objectives, really just want to get high level, who is OhioHealth, what do we stand for, and a little bit more about our administrative fellowship program at a high level. We'll understand the scope, focus, and day-to-day experience of what a fellow goes through, the projects they're engaging in, and then we will leave with a clear understanding of what the application process is and what the next steps are going to be. As I mentioned, my name is Chad Hausman. I was the 2025-2026 Administrative Fellow. I actually just stepped out of my fellowship a couple months ago. I am now a Senior Operations Specialist working in the revenue cycle. If you'd have asked me if I would have been interested in revenue cycle prior to my Administrative Fellowship, I would have said, what in the world is revenue cycle? Obviously, I had a high level of knowledge of revenue cycle and its impact on the organization, but really didn't have a lot of interest in working in that space until my administrative fellowship. I'm actually a nurse by background. Some of our executive leaders would joke with me that I'm one of our elder fellows because I stepped into it later in my career, and not being as much of an early careerist. So I have a master's or an MBA with an emphasis in healthcare management. And I am born and raised here in Grand Rapids, Michigan, which is where OhioHealth is based. So I've been working for the organization for a little over 13 years, and stepped out of a nurse leader role to do this fellowship. Again, kind of a different path than the traditional fellow experience, but it was truly a career altering, a life altering experience for me, and we'll get into a little more detail why that is. I worked at Helen Boss Children's Hospital, which is our children's hospital here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Fantastic hospital. I started as a nurse tech when I was in college, and I've continued to work there since. And it's truly a special organization and special to this community and myself as well. At a high level, our administrative fellowship is an immersive one-year paid fellowship that equips emerging healthcare leaders to drive system-level impact through executive collaboration and enterprise exposure across care and coverage. A little bit more about OhioHealth. Here's our mission, vision, and values, and our commitment on the right-hand side. So our mission is to improve health, instill humanity, and inspire hope. And our vision is a future where health is simple, affordable, equitable, and accessible. And our commitment is something we've actually rolled out recently for our teams, and will be shared more broadly this year and next. But it's really our mission and vision action, how we want to show up every day for our teams. And really, it's a simple statement that says together we can make health better for our team, for our patients, and for our members. And if we can do that, we will make it extraordinary, we'll make it easier, and we will make it personal for all three of those areas and those stakeholders within our communities, knowing that our team is also sometimes our patients and sometimes our members. So big impact. There's been a resounding excitement for our commitment as we've been rolling it out, and it's just been a great way to galvanize our teams to continue to make health better. So a little bit more who we are as OhioHealth. So you may have heard me mention members as well. OhioHealth is not just a hospital, an ambulatory, and a care delivery organization. We also have a health plan associated with OhioHealth and Priority Health. And I'll get in a little more detail about Priority Health in a moment, but it's special for our fellowship because you get to work on both the care side of healthcare and the coverage side of healthcare. So I had projects during my fellowship that were within hospitals, within our medical groups, but also I was working on a strategic project within our health plan, which was an eye-opening experience for me and it only allowed me to better understand the healthcare continuum and the complexity that is healthcare, because we know that payer and provider relationship is so important for our patients and our communities. So from a care perspective and a care delivery perspective, we have three distinct regions. OhioHealth West is legacy Spectrum Health, which is based here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. They merged with a system in Benton Harbor area called Lakeland Health, which is now OhioHealth South. So at that time, we were still Spectrum Health. And then in 2022, we merged with Beaumont Health, which is in the east side of the state in the Detroit area, and created OhioHealth East. And that's when we truly became OhioHealth and came together across the state of Michigan. With that merger, we became the largest employer in the state of Michigan. So we have over 60,000 plus team members across the state with over 300 ambulatory and outpatient locations. That includes 21 hospitals, 16,000 nurses, and 5,000 beds. It's a very large system, and it continues to grow. in all regions. You can see the map there. I have a large footprint in the Detroit Wayne County area, and then in West Michigan, you'll see our Grand Rapids Medical Center, which is made up of Butterworth Hospital, Blodgett Hospital, and where I came from as a nurse, Helen DeVos Children's Hospital. And then in our East region, our flagship hospital is William Beaumont University Hospital, which also has the Oakland Medical School there as well, along with Beaumont Troy Hospital. So quite a large system. And we also have Priority Health, which has been expanding. So we serve members not only in the state of Michigan, we also serve members in Indiana, Ohio, and also Wisconsin. So as a part of my fellowship, I got to be a part of those discussions as those mergers and acquisitions were happening. It was a really great experience for me to understand the strategy and the operations behind bringing on other health plan members in different states. We have 1.3 million plus health plan members and over 9,000 employers that are contracted with Priority Health. Priority Health is the second largest health plan in the state of Michigan behind the Blue Cross Blue Shield plan of Michigan. So very large footprint there as well. And again, it really helps you understand the complexity and the continuum that is healthcare. So a little bit more about our administrative fellowship structure. We are a one-year project-based fellowship. So what that really means is you are not going from classroom to classroom. You are getting immersed in these projects. You are working alongside these executive leaders. Sometimes you are just participating in some of these high-level projects, and then oftentimes you are leading these projects. A great example for me is as our system leadership team was developing their strategy, I got to be a part of those discussions. Of course, that was not a project I was leading, but I was leading work groups, I was leading discussions, I was leading interviews with other executive stakeholders. A project that I led was creating a confidential business case with our medical group about reviewing a list of procedures that we would like to bring in-house for one of our hospitals. So lots of opportunity there, and that's really where the learning comes from, is just being in the thick of it and driving real world impact with projects that you are leading and participating in. And again, like I mentioned, you will have projects across both care and coverage to expand your knowledge base. We are based in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and we also have a headquarters in Southfield, Michigan, which is in the east side of the state. So as a fellow, your first, I would say 3 to 4 months are mainly in Grand Rapids, because that is where our executive leaders or our C-suite is, and you are in their meetings, you are working alongside them in Grand Rapids. We have had fellows that have been from the Detroit area that have commuted for those first few months. And then there's opportunity after that first quarter to step into some of the regional views. So if you live in the Detroit area, you're really interested in the east side, you can be based with that team there. It's really based on the interest that you have and the areas you want to grow on. We do take up to 2 fellows per year. My year, we only had 1 fellow. This coming year, we actually took no fellow, and that's what's interesting about our program is it's really up to Tina Friestecker and Chad Tuttle, our CEO and COO. They are the ones that are spearheading this program, and at the end of the day, it's up to them on whether or not we take a fellow or not. So it can be quite competitive from the aspect that you are competing against lots of people, but you're also competing against no one as well. So the administrative fellowship focus, I won't go into detail on all of these, but it's really a great springboard and a launch pad coming out of your graduate programs to continue to develop that critical and strategic thinking through those projects that I mentioned. It's really taking all that knowledge you learned in that grad program and translating it into real world experience alongside some incredible leaders. And those leaders start to provide you with a network. We've already leveraged that network across just Core Health and across the state of Michigan. In my new role as an ops specialist in revenue cycle. So very thankful for that. And I've been able to stay connected with a lot of the leaders to ensure that my career aspirations are still being met, but also that I have a high bar for myself as well. Again, our fellowship is all based on your interests, strengths, and areas of growth. Your first week, you walk in to our Core Health place and to our C-suite, and Tina, our CEO, sits down with you and says, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And it's really that conversation that is what starts molding your fellowship experience. For me, being a clinical leader, I didn't feel the need to go into the ORs, to go into the units, because I had a great understanding of that. But a lot of our past fellows have said they want to go see a surgery. They want to understand the clinical operation side of things, and they dive into that right away. You can go in and see some robotic surgeries, however that is. For me, I wanted to go to our supply chain warehouse and understand the complexity of a healthcare supply chain. I had a scanner gun in my hand and I was scanning supplies and loading them into boxes to be sent out to one of our hospitals. It was a great experience for me to get in the weeds a little bit and better understand what it takes to run a supply chain. some of the areas that were, and one reason I plugged into the health plan early on in my fellowship experience was because that was an area of growth for me. I wanted to better understand it. I wanted to know how it impacts our patients and our members. So I got to plug in there pretty quickly. But you get exposure across so many different departments: operations, strategy, finance, research, and anything that really interests you. Because we're such a large system, we only take up to 2 fellows. You almost get this gold card where you can go around the organization and connect with leaders and plug into areas that you wouldn't necessarily be able to if you weren't a fellow. Um, you do get to attend at least one conference. For me, I got to attend conference or Congress with the ACHE, which was a great experience and a springboard for me to really jump into the fellowship at full force. And I mentioned the professional networking and relationship building. It's true that network is strong and something that will follow you throughout your career. This is just some examples of some past projects that our fellows have done. That's Spencer there with Tina, our CEO. He's one of our past fellows, and his project was actually the bottom one there, which was creating a certificate of need and a business plan for a 12-bed inpatient peds psych unit, which I always like to highlight that one because I was a nurse at the time when we developed this unit and created it at the Children's Hospital. And as I was going through the interview process, I found out that Spencer had actually written that business plan and written that certificate of need to petition the state to allow us to build that. So it's a full circle moment for me and only solidified the reason that I want to do this fellowship because you get to really do some really cool projects. And you'll see that even being in some M&A, developing Medicare Advantage plans, whatever it might be, the world is your opportunity here. A little bit about Tina and Chad. So Tina Freestecker, fun fact, was our first administrative fellow at Legacy Spectrum Health in 2001. Her project, she'll tell you, her big capstone project was to create a smoke-free campus at our Grand Rapids hospitals, which just blew my mind that at that point we were still smoking in hospitals, but she still laughs about it to this day. It's as a part of our program, she is your mentor, she is your preceptor alongside Chad. So it's very few fellowship programs that you get to have this level of connection. So you would meet with Tina on an every other week basis, and then that flips to your second half of your fellowship to work alongside Chad. And I've learned so much from them. And it's really great to plug in and have that visibility. And Tina was most recently in the past board chair of the American Hospital Association, which was awesome for me to see her walk in that position and how she can influence not just policy here in the state of Michigan, but across the nation. And Chad has been with the organization for about 12 years. I would joke with him quite frequently that I have been with the organization longer. So he was the other Chad and I was the OG Chad. If you ever meet him, you can definitely tell him that for me. But he's had operational roles throughout the organization, and he's been a great mentor to me, and I get to continue to be mentored by him even after my fellowship, which I'm very thankful for. Quick deep dive into our application process. So our application period opened on June 1st and it will close on September 1st. So currently open, there is a Workday link. It's just our ERP platform that we have here at OhioHealth that you will apply to. There are application materials that are required. We need a personal statement from you. And I usually encourage candidates to ask me, what does that look like? I said, really dive into why OhioHealth. Look at our mission and vision. And does it resonate with you? What resonates with you about our organization? And why do you want to work here? We do need your official academic transcripts, both graduate and undergraduate. They do not have to be fully completed. You don't have to be fully graduated. We just need to, especially for your grad program, understand what classes you're taking, what your grades have been in those classes. And then after you graduate, we would just ask for your full transcripts after graduation. Of course, we need a resume and cover letter. And then we also require 3 letters of recommendation, one being from a professional source and one from academic source, and then the third one can be your choice. It could be another professional or another academic choice, whether it's from an internship or one of your professors. And then we also, when it comes to visa sponsorship, is a question that comes up often for our administrative fellowship program specifically. We are unable to offer visa sponsorship at this time for our program. Here's a high-level timeline of what our application period looks like, and we like to highlight this for candidates because you'll notice that when the application period closes, it's a very quick turnaround to that first round interview. So we ask that if candidates are interested in our program and have applied to make sure they have September 3rd and 4th penciled in on their calendar and free, because once that email comes out, it's a quick turnaround to have that first round virtual interview with myself and a group of other past fellows. And then the second round is the following Thursday and Friday, where we will have you on site in Grand Rapids at our OhioHealth place. The morning would be interviews, and the afternoon would be a tour of our medical center here in Grand Rapids and also our corporate headquarters. And then you would find out if you got one of the positions in late September or early October, and then projected start would be May or June of next year. And that start date can be flexible based on when you graduate. If you somehow graduate in March and you want to start in April, that's highly likely. We've had fellows that have graduated in December that have actually started in January. It really just depends on when you're going to graduate and just having that conversation with Tina on what that start date could be. Last but not least, and Malia had just talked about webinars. We do have some webinars coming up this summer. We had our first one in June. We have another one coming up next week on July 7th. It's a great opportunity to get even more detail about our program, and then hear from past fellows. I'm usually hosting those webinars, but we also have a group of our past fellows that are on that share their experience and some of the best practices on what it takes to be a fellow at Corewell Health. And that link is in the deck that I've also sent to Malia. But feel free to get on our website, sign up for some of those. You can always reach out to me personally on LinkedIn or via our Corewell Health email address as well. It's just CH Administrative Fellowship at Corewell Health. With that, I will take a breath and stop talking at you and give you an opportunity to ask questions. And please ask away. I am an open book. See one in the chat from Jamal. How did your nursing background help you during your administrative fellowship? And what were the main advantages and challenges of transitioning from nursing into healthcare administration? I love this question because it was an interesting transition for me. I think, especially early on in my career as a nurse, it was very easy to question why certain decisions were made and then actually be in the room where some of the decisions happened. You truly understand that the decisions on why they were made were for the same reason I became a nurse, was to care for patients, to care for our communities. Sometimes the priorities are a little different in the lens that they're seeing it through because we need to be sustainable as an organization. Otherwise, we can't continue to care for our communities. But that was a great learning experience for me coming from the clinical side and being able to take that background and be able to apply it to my administrative fellowship, and then have an understanding of the clinical operations as well, went a long way for me as well. Go ahead, I see a hand raised.
Hi, Chad. Thank you so much for the presentation. I wanted to ask the clinical question as well, but I had two
Yeah.
questions, so thank you for answering that. Uh, I found your supply chain experience very interesting. So, what made you think of the first thing that you wanted to go and experience was supply chain, and how was that experience? If you could elaborate that a little bit more.
Yeah, I love the question. So it was the first conversation I had with Tina. She was asking me my goals, and I was talking about areas that I wanted to lean into, and she's like, "You should think about supply chain." And I was a little like, "Oh, okay," but it was based off a conversation. I said, as a nurse, like things just magically showed up. If I put something in Workday and said I need this supply by this time, 95% of the time it showed up, and if it didn't, I got a notification of why it didn't show up. So it was great to be able to actually go see how that happened, and we had some strategic things that were happening as well. We were consolidating all of our supply chain warehouses to a central warehouse that
Mhm.
is going to go live this fall. So that was another big reason to plug into that business plan and that strategy. So it was a cool experience for me to see how they were currently picking supplies, and then how our new central supply center was going to use AI and automation to actually decrease the amount of people we need to run such a large center. So it was a part of a larger conversation, but it was really for me to wrap my head around initially what supply chain is all about and how we currently do it, and then what the aspirations are for the go live this fall.
Thank you so much for sharing that. That's great.
Yeah, thanks for asking. Brianna had a question in the chat talking about projects that I worked on and then resources to navigate these projects. Great question. So a big part of the projects is really building that network. When you go to Tina and chat, say, "Hey, I have an interest in this area," they're going to tell you what leader to connect with, or they're going to make that connection for you, and then they expect you to take it and run with it. So it's really partnering with that executive leader and saying and being upfront about what's the project scope, what's your expectations of me? This was something I learned very early on and actually learned from our past fellows, and really get the expectation of what the deliverables are. A great example for me was creating a strategy for our health plan. And walking into it, it was having that conversation with our market development team and saying, "Hey, we are expanding in Indiana and Ohio. what is the deliverable? When do you need it by? And what do you see my role being? And the first thing they said is like, you're going to lead this. And I was like, oh, okay, this sounds great. But it's really having that upfront conversation, and they became my mentor for that project, and still someone I'm connected with this to this day, and something I'm proud of as well. It was something that surprised me and how well I was able to pick it up, but also ask the right questions, and I knew the people to ask the questions too. From a mentors and certification, we have a very robust program called Lead Well. I know I heard UC talk about their fellowship programs and the resources they have as well. We have something similar here. That there's classes on having those crucial conversations, how to do effective project management, how to lead people, how to manage multiple strategic pillars. So lots of opportunity there that you get to plug into as a fellow. And again, having that access to Tina and Chad is always a great way, and I would bounce ideas off them as
Do you
well.
hear what I listen now?
Mhm.
Do you
Yeah,
hear what I listen?
yeah, lots of support and lots of mentorship throughout the fellowship. Any others? Like I said, you can connect with me on LinkedIn, shoot us an email. I know some of the info is in the chat as well. Feel free to reach out, and then attend one of our webinars this summer. And I'm looking forward to seeing some applications come in.
Yeah. Chad, you technically have about 5 minutes left of your session. Um, I can throw a question out there.
Yeah, please
Are you
do.
cool with it? I know you mentioned getting to travel, and every fellow is allotted, I think, one travel opportunity, and you got to go to
Mhm.
ACHE. In terms of structured mentorship and structured tools that are built into the program, I know that some sites have mentioned things like getting a LinkedIn premium subscription to do LinkedIn Learning and all sorts of stuff.
Mhm.
Is there anything like that that's embedded into the fellowship?
Yes, great question. One area we do have LinkedIn Learning, and that's actually given, we have an enterprise subscription for all employees, whether you're an EVS employee cleaning hospital rooms all the way up to Tina. I've seen her do LinkedIn learnings, and she shared them with me as well, which I always thought was fun. We also have an enterprise subscription to HFMA, which for me at the time, did not realize what a great resource that was for me, to learn the finance side of healthcare. And now being in revenue cycle, been able to plug into that even more. And they have a ton of learning, a ton of certifications that you can leverage, and also online education that you can lean into. And then again, you have the opportunity to do a conference one time per year, and there's additional opportunity to do more conferences if it aligns with the project you're doing. So I kept joking with Tina and Chad that I was actually going to try to find a DS or Epic related project. So I go to UGM, which never came to fruition because there wasn't any projects that I could plug into at the time. But yeah, so there's definitely opportunity to do that as well, especially if it aligns with one of the projects that you're working on.
Awesome. Good to hear. Thanks. Any other questions for Chad before we peel off to the next session? Go ahead.
Just wanted to know, have you guys decided how many fellows are you taking for this year?
No, that's usually decided after we go through the application process and do the interviews, and it's a conversation. After the on-site interviews with Tina, Chad, and our executive panel that does the interviews. So that's usually when that determination is made.
And are you reviewing applications on a rolling basis or only after the deadline?
Oh, we do on a rolling basis. If you apply now, I've asked our talent attraction team to send them my way, and then Tina's chief of staff is also heavily involved in that process as well. So we're both reviewing applications alongside a group of our past fellows. So yeah, that is if you submit it now, I always encourage people to get it in sooner because we can take a little more time with it. We get a big rush of applications near that September 1 date that we're trying to get through near the end. So it's always a good idea to try to get in a little sooner if you have the materials.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you, Chad.
Yeah.
Appreciate your
Thanks for having me,
time.
Amelia.
And thanks for sending your resources over. We'll get those out tomorrow.
Absolutely.
And we'll talk soon.
Sounds great. Thanks, Malia. Thanks all for your time. I appreciate it.
All right. We're a minute ahead. Love this. And I'm gonna go ahead and throw it over to, I think 4 Providence folks. I see Fatma, Karina. Who else am I looking at? I know there are a couple more. I saw backgrounds. Feel free to,
Hi,
hey, hey, y'all. Feel free to go ahead and share your screen or come off mute whenever you're ready. It's all yours.
thank you.
Can you guys see my screen?
Not quite
Loading.
yet.
Oh,
We see it now, but we see
Okay,
like
sorry.
your background. We don't see the presentation.
I'm not used to working with Teams, so I believe. 1 second. Let me try one more time.
I can also share my screen if you need, Alexa. I have much experience with Zoom.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, thank you. I forgot about the
I
different.
get you. No, you're all good.
Thank you both. All right.
Do you see it?
Yes, we're good now. Thanks everyone for joining. Welcome. We're so excited to be sharing about the Providence Fellowship today and really want to thank you all for taking the time to be here with us. To get started, we will go into a time of reflection and then introduce ourselves. So at Providence, before every meeting or discussion, Providence has a cultural practice to host a reflection. Reflections are an opportunity for everyone to take a moment and ground ourselves in our mission and even our personal purpose. So today you will be experiencing your very first Providence reflection. I wanted to share a quote today that resonates with me and hopefully will with all of you. It's simple, but it's just the best preparation for tomorrow is doing your best today by H. Jackson Brown Jr. I wanted to share this because I know searching for a fellowship or even just figuring out your career path can be really stressful. A lot of you are balancing grad school while working full time, and it's easy to feel anxious about what's next. But this quote is just a reminder to be proactive and stay present instead of worrying too much about the future or putting things off. We're not called to be fearful or anxious about tomorrow, so just focus on what you can do today to set yourself up for success and trust that it will pay off. We'll introduce ourselves now. My name is Karina Fraley. I recently graduated with my MBA from the University of Alaska Anchorage and am now a fellow for the Central Division.
Hi, everyone. My name is Fatma, and I graduated from the University of Arizona, and I obtained my master's in healthcare management and my MBA, both at the U of A.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alexa Padnos. I graduated from the University of Michigan back in 2024. I completed the Providence Clinical Network Fellowship, and I am now representing the Providence Enterprise Fellowship. I'm excited to chat with you all today.
And lastly, hi everyone, my name is Antu Nguyen. I graduated with my Master's of Health Administration from the University of Southern California last year, and I am the current fellow or fellow for the South Division in the strategy lane.
Beautiful, thank you all. And this is our agenda for the day. I will give a Providence overview and then we'll discuss our tracks and fellowships, application and interview process, and then have time for an open discussion. Then please save any questions you have for the end or feel free to put them in the chat. Okay, we'll start with the Providence overview and what makes Providence. So Providence caregivers are very passionate and diligent about keeping the mission statement at the forefront of all of our responsibilities. Our mission statement reads as expressions of God's healing love witnessed through the ministry of Jesus. We are steadfast in serving all, especially those who are poor and vulnerable. Our values consist of compassion, dignity, justice, excellence, and integrity. Our vision is health for a better world. And our promise, know me, care for me, ease my way. These few things come up in every meeting and helps our organization stay grounded to continue prioritizing our patients, providers, and caregivers. A little bit of advice when applying and interviewing, keep the information on this slide relevant and in your thoughts. Next, we will go over where Providence provides care. We are mostly in the Western US and cover 7 states. All right, and then we provide an abundance of diverse capabilities and services to our communities across the 7 states. Here is just a snapshot of our organization and the various areas that contribute to our mission. And then part of our work is giving back through various initiatives from community health, education, research, and alleviating barriers to access healthcare. This slide highlights our commitment to improving health outcomes in the communities we serve. This slide is a depiction of how Providence's mission and values are brought to life through action and ensuring we remain a pillar of support in every community we support. As I mentioned before in this next slide, since we are present in 7 states, we are divided into 3 divisions and have 1 system. The North Division consists of Alaska and the Puget Sound. South Division covers Northern California and Southern California regions, and Central Division overlooks Oregon, Eastern Washington, and Montana, and Texas and New Mexico. The Providence Enterprise oversees care delivery across Providence's entire footprint and is responsible for enterprise-wide operations and strategy. This information will be helpful for you when deciding what specific area or environment you see yourself working in or even learning from. So now we are going to transition and provide more insight into what fellowship tracks are available in each region.
Oh, I was muted. Thanks, Karina. Okay, so the first fellowship track we'll talk about is the Central Division. The fellows for the Central Division, again, my name is Fatma, and I am one of the fellows for this year. And then Karina, if you want to say anything, but Karina was the one who was speaking just a minute ago, and we're both the fellows for Central Division. When we're talking about Central Division, that includes Oregon, New Mexico, Texas, and Eastern Washington, and Montana as well. We have 26 hospitals. It's a $10 billion net operating revenue. We have over 42,000 caregivers and about 4,299 beds. Our program preceptor is Scott O'Brien, and he is the chief executive of the Eastern Washington, Montana area. Our service areas are specifically inland, Northwest Washington, Eastern Washington, and Montana. Our fellowship program is about 12 to 18 months, and it is in person. And for those of you who are wondering, it is a project-based fellowship, so we'll be working on different projects throughout the time that we're here. For what kind of projects that we do, we have a wide variety, so strategy, operations, finance, business development, and government affairs. And there's a wide variety of opportunities to network with different leaders and executives on the system level and the hospital level as well. If you are interested in specifically the Central Division track, make sure to attend our upcoming webinars. We have one coming up next week, July 8th. And then we have one August 26th. We highly encourage you to attend one of those if you're interested, as we'll dive a little bit deeper onto what our fellowship tracks are like and what kind of projects we're working on. You'll get to meet with some of our previous fellows as well. And then I will pass it on to Alexa for Providence Enterprise.
Awesome. Thank you, Fatma. So now we're going to transition into the Providence Enterprise Administrative Fellowship track. And historically, as I mentioned before, this fellowship track was called the Providence Clinical Network, and it was heavily focused on ambulatory services, meaning fellows primarily worked on initiatives tied to outpatient care, medical group operations, and clinic-based strategies. But we are very excited about the enhancements to this track, which reflects how Providence operates today as a more integrated system-wide organization. And this track is now called the Providence Enterprise Fellowship. So fellows in this track will support care delivery across Providence's entire footprint, which significantly expands both the impact and the learning opportunities. Fellows have the opportunity can you go back one slide? Perfect, thank you. Fellows have the opportunity to engage in work related to inpatient services, including hospital-based operations and clinic programs, outpatient services such as ambulatory care and medical group strategy, and most importantly, an enterprise-wide operations and strategy supporting initiatives that span across regions, service lines, and different levels of care. Fellows will be exposed to a system-level perspective on care delivery, and specifically, they will see how decisions are made at the enterprise level that impacted care across all 7 states, participate in cross-functional initiatives that connect inpatient, outpatient, and virtual care models, and collaborate with leaders across Providence to drive consistency, innovation, and strategic alignment. Ultimately, this broader scope allows fellows to develop a much deeper understanding of how a large integrated health system operates and how different parts of the organization come together to deliver the best care possible. Next slide, please. So for our program overview, we are looking to recruit 2 fellows for a project-based experience, and the fellows will be based in Irvine, California, so Orange County, with opportunities to travel to other parts of our organization, specifically Renton, which is the Seattle area where the system COO is located. And we do have 2 incoming fellows starting in 2 weeks. So we have Neha and Vincent coming, which is very exciting. And additionally, as a Providence Enterprise Fellow, you will have access to countless mentors and guides. So the leaders on the right-hand side are just a few examples of who you will be working with. Each fellow will have a one-on-one relationship with their executive preceptor, who you will meet with regularly, and they will provide guidance and mentorship as the fellows look to advance their skills, knowledge, and careers. And each fellow will also have their own manager, who will be more of their mentor on day-to-day operations and project questions and guidance. And as a Providence Enterprise Fellow, you have an opportunity to contribute, work with, and network across the entire Providence footprint. Again, in all 7 states, 125,000 caregivers. So very exciting. Next slide, please. Thank you. So if you are interested in learning more about the Providence Enterprise Administrative Fellowship, please join us at one of our upcoming webinars, July 29th and August 25th. And I'm also happy to answer any questions or meet with you guys individually in a one-on-one setting. Thank you. Now I'll pass it over to Antu for the application process.
All right, so on to the application. As many of you may know, are familiar with the application portal of NAVCAS. That is where we will be accepting our applications. And on the NAVCAS portal, you have the option to click on the System of Providence, and then within there, you would have location preferences. You can pick either one or both of the locations that were previously mentioned, the Central Division in Spokane, Washington, or Providence Enterprise, where you will be located in Irvine, California, working in a hybrid model. Please make sure you choose the right track if you are selecting one, and it is important to note that the Central Division will also be taking their applications via email. And remember that the deadline for the NAVCAS applications will be on September 10th at 11:59 Eastern Standard Time. These are the different qualifications required for our fellowship. The applications require that the candidate be enrolled from or graduating from a health-focused graduate program. So many of you guys may have MBAs, MHAs, MHs, and MPHs, the like. Within the last 12 months, candidates must be U.S. citizens or permanent residents because Providence will not be able to sponsor any work visas. And of course, work experience that can be included in your schoolwork and internships is preferred, but there is no requirement for them. For your application materials, we are requesting that you submit a up-to-date resume, cover letter, an official graduate school transcript, which will be processed through NAVCAS, 3 letters of recommendations, and a personal statement. That personal statement will be a 1-page single-spaced essay outlining your rationale behind why you want to do a career in healthcare, as well as your specific interest in the Providence Administrative Fellowship. And then, so now we will look at what to expect in our interview process. There will be 2 rounds of interviews for the Providence Enterprise and 3 rounds of interviews for the Central Division. Both of the first 2 interviews will be held via Teams. The first round of interviews will be following a application screening process, as well as through NAVCAS, and then the rest will be conducted via Teams, where the final round interviews will be with a panel. We will typically fly our finalists to meet with managers, preceptors, other executive leaders, and past fellows for their final round interviews. Just to take a look at the timeline, we know that NAVCAS applications have already opened. Hopefully you guys gotten a chance to review everything that's on there. Application will close September 10th. And our first round interviews will begin shortly after that, following with our final rounds, and hopefully we will have offers extended by early October. And so it is going to be quick paced, but we are happy and excited to have you follow along. If there's any additional questions or you want to learn more about our webinars, please feel free to scan the QR code here or contact us at any one of these emails. We are happy to connect. And I guess it will be time for me to take a pause and open the panel or the floor up for questions.
I think we have a question in the chat about a candidate who graduated in 2024 isn't eligible to apply for the program. Unfortunately, it does have to be graduated this past year or will be graduated in 2027 for Central Division at least. I don't know if that's different for you, Alexa.
It's the same. So within 1 year of the application. Thank you.
Another question we have is, what skill set do you think makes a unique candidate stand out? I can answer for Central Division. We really do value a candidate who, obviously alignment with the value and mission of the organization is a big one for us. I think as long as you are talking about why you're healthcare and why Providence is an organization that you believe would fit for your fellowship track, I think that would be a good skill set to have.
And I can answer for the Providence Enterprise track. Of course, as Fatma mentioned, we really want to make sure you align with mission, vision, and values, as that is very important to Providence as a whole. I think we're specifically looking for someone who is comfortable being in the uncomfortable. As a fellow, it's an incredible opportunity to learn so many things, but also learn what you don't know and have the skills to participate in meetings where you don't have all of the knowledge or all of the background, and just be comfortable learning and making mistakes and learning from them. So that's definitely something we're looking for in a candidate.
I think another question we have is specific for Enterprise. Does it offer any rotational opportunities?
That's a great question. And we have definitely been discussing this, as this is a new track. We're still kind of figuring out who all the leaders who will be involved are, and kind of what their roles in the fellowship will be. So right now it is project-based, but we are looking to enhance the program and adding rotational opportunities, whether it's a formal rotation, so every few months you'll rotate, or a little more informal with rotational projects. That is definitely something we're considering and kind of figuring out for the next year.
And I think Antu answered one of the questions. Thank you for that. Daniel.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the presentation. It's nice to see Antu again. Hi. I know you may not remember me. I think we talked briefly about strategy and surgery centers last year. And I know someone mentioned that they spent some time in Anchorage, Alaska. I'm actually doing a internship over in Homer, Alaska. So it's definitely the weather is definitely different. But My question for everyone is I'm just curious about the fellowship retention on I know that the previous year they accepted one or two fellows. I was wondering where they are at the moment and whether or not they moved on to other organizations or stayed within Providence and where they're at right now.
I could take that question. Thanks so much for your question. Hi, Daniel. I do remember you. I think fellowship retention is a really great question when you are looking into your different fellowship opportunities. Providence is by one of the best that I've seen, where I can say that myself and past fellows like Alexa have been able to retain or get a secure permanent role while during on our fellowship. Some key fellows, past fellows that I really do like to point out is that our CSO, our Chief Strategy Officer of the South Division, was actually a past fellow exactly 10 years ago. So in 2015, actually. And so, and then we have our Chief of Staff, who was a past fellow 7 years ago. And then we also have my manager who is a fellow preceptor, and he was a past fellow about 5 years ago. And so I think with that, it's to say that the system and our leaders in our boards do look internally to the fellows to promote and align with our leadership. And so there's a lot of alignment and support in the fellows in that regard.
And just to add on a little bit to that, that was a great answer, Antu. Thank you. Just because your fellowship ends at Providence doesn't mean that mentorship and guidance ends. So my fellowship ended about a year ago, and I'm still maintaining most, if not all, of the relationships I made during my fellowship. The leaders here are so willing, and they really do want to kind of guide that next generation of healthcare leaders, and that does not end just because your fellowship ends. So whatever role you move into after your fellowship, you will still be extremely supported and well guided at Providence.
Got it. Thank you.
Great answers. And I'm from Alaska, so that's so cool you're in Homer. That's so fun. Are you liking it?
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot better. It's a lot more nature, and it's nice and chilly, especially compared to LA.
Oh,
So
goodness. Yeah, you're in a small town, so good luck.
yeah, yeah. Fishing's good though.
Yes, for sure. Fishing's so good.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Blake?
Hi, so I was gonna ask, I was wondering, how does Providence, how do they support their fellows in like furthering like education and learning? Do they have like programs or anything that they support you through as you're going through the fellowship as well on the side?
I can take that question. Thanks for that question, Blake. I think if you are asking in regards to formal education, I know that there have been past internships and fellowships that might offer like Lean Six Sigma certifications. Unfortunately, we do not have a formal track for fellows to receive any sort of certifications. However, we do have a very strong cohort, and we do every 2 to 3 weeks, we get together and have what we call is a fellowship educational series, and that's gathering all of our executive leaders, different executive leaders, every couple of weeks to give us a 1 hour breakdown. Either it's going to be like value-based care 101 or healthcare system missions and marketing strategies, or looking into different clinical informatics. And so a lot of different disciplines and fields within our system system. We have a wealth of knowledge of leaders who love to support our fellows. And so they do come together, and we have just a very informal educational series that way. And have found it very insightful, and it connects you with all sorts of leaders that you might not be in tune with, especially since they might be from different states and such like that. And so those opportunities can always flourish into new opportunities as well.
And to elaborate on that, I put in the chat, but Providence does also provide each caregiver with a stipend, and you're able to use that in whatever way you like for furthering your education, your certifications. For example, I got my Lean Six Sigma Yellow and Green Belts. I know other fellows have gotten their project management certifications and similar certifications as well. So you are able to kind of progress your education in that way as well.
Any final questions for the Providence team? And again, I think y'all put some info in the chat, or if you want to put some info in the chat, please feel free. Their information is also, they're one of the most responsive teams. So their information is in our webinar calendar. They're on NAVCast. You can always contact them that way. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you so much. I'll put our email in the chat, and if anyone has any questions, you can reach out to our Providence email, and we'll be happy to answer any questions as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'm also putting our website in the chat, and it has the links to our future webinars as well.
Perfect. Thanks, Alexa. All righty. I see Aaron and Haley. And I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to the team at Medical College of Wisconsin.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Erin Brown. I am as of, I guess, today, second-year fellow at the Medical College of Wisconsin. And I'm going to pull up our slides. I'll let Haley introduce herself while I do that.
Hi, everyone. My name is Haley Fleckenstein, and I am the second-year administrative fellow at Froedtert Hospital, Froedtert Medical College of Wisconsin.
In terms of format, we have just a couple of slides here, and we're hoping to leave a lot of time for questions. We would love to learn a little bit about who all's in the room and if you have any questions. So as we go through this, we'll have plenty of time at the end for questions and things of that nature. But like we have said, we are Froedtert and the Medical College of Wisconsin. So we are two systems that have one joint fellowship program. We're located in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Our program is a 2-year program. So year one is very project-based, trying to provide pretty broad exposure to the fellows across the health system. As I noted, I am employed by the Medical College of Wisconsin. So the vast majority of the projects that I've dug into in my first year are within MCW, but I have opportunity to also work on the Froedtert side, so more of the hospital operations side, whereas where I sort of live and my employer is within the physician practice. So year one, like I said, is very project-based, and then year two, Haley and I right now are preparing to transition into interim roles. So using sort of that breadth of knowledge and exposure that we've had in year one to help work with our program sponsors and executive sponsors to say, this is an area of interest. Can you help me maybe to find opportunity for a year-long placement? So that's sort of where we're at right now, is transitioning into those roles ourselves. And then, as noted, we are 2 tracks within this joint program. So as I stated, I'm on the practice side, and then Haley on the hospital side. Haley, I'll let you provide any commentary there that you want to.
Yeah, thanks, Erin. I think it's important to kind of lay out that foundation. And, while we are 2 separate, tracks, myself, I'm on the hospital-based side, so we're sponsored by the COO of Froedtert Hospital. So like Erin said, the majority of the work that we do is kind of within our respective organizations, but there definitely is an opportunity for overlap. And Erin and I have been really intentional about staying connected and bouncing ideas off of each other and, asking project questions and those types of things, just to make sure we can stay as connected as best as we can. And our sponsors are very supportive of that as well. So I'm just going to kind of talk a little bit about some of the features of our program. So kind of as Erin already talked about, our program is structured in 2 years, and I think that gives a unique opportunity to kind of develop your skills further in the fellowship and give you more time to learn and grow before, transition into something more long term. We have a really strong emphasis on experiential learning. It's something that we're really encouraged to participate in throughout our fellowship. So we do lots of shadowing, lots of tours of different hospital spaces, different clinic locations, and just really try to understand the system overall and how the different organizations and different pieces and job functions within the organization work together. And we've found that really valuable. The program itself is really customizable. There are some projects and, meetings and things that we're given when we come in, but there's a lot of opportunity to explore what we're passionate about and the skills that we want to grow and develop in. And our sponsors have been really great about finding spaces and projects for us to work on those things. And then the networking relationships, I think that's one of the things that has been most important for me, at least personally in this fellowship, is we have a really great sponsor network. We have a really great network at Frederick Medical College of previous admin fellows within our system even. So those that kind of come through our organization tend to really enjoy staying and working with the organization. And it's really great to be able to connect with those former fellows and even those that have gone on to other organizations across Wisconsin, but also the country, just to be able to learn from their experiences. And I know professional development was something we were just talking about with the previous group, but we are given sponsorship to attend a conference each year, which we think is a really great way to get involved and stay connected in the community. And then we have some similar project management type certifications. Erin and I both went through a change management course to be able to become ProSci certified. And so there definitely are those opportunities for professional development as well.
I will just add, I think that in some ways that's the benefit of having two organizations, is we can kind of draw on the professional development offerings and trainings across both. And then again, just to sort of reiterate what Haley had already shared, I think, there's this pretty standard framework of what the fellowship looks like, but the lived experience of that I think is very different for each fellow based on their interests. So in terms of that customization piece, I think that's really well supported as sponsors and different mentors across the health system get to know us as fellows, can help point us in directions and sort of deepen our exposure or experience in areas of interest. So each year we are hiring 2 fellows, one for the medical college and one for Frederick. Obviously, we are, of course, using the NAFCAS application, which is open now. Our portal will close, or our application is due September 10th. Our initial round of interviews, we have phone interviews on here. Truthfully, they're video Zoom interviews. We'll do those as our initial round in late September. And then from there, we will do a final round of on-site interviews for our final 6 candidates. And then we will participate in the National Offer Week. So making offers shortly after that on-site interview date. I think October 2nd is that point in time. But like we said, we would love to hear any questions that you all have and offer some time for discussion while we're here with you today. But if you would like to learn more, we are going to be having informational webinars starting at the end of this month. I will also drop in the chat one of our flyers that has easier links to sign up for these Zoom webinars, but know that's an opportunity for you all as well. And then same with our emails. I can put those in the chat. If you have questions now that you don't want to ask in the larger group or that come up later, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Haley, anything you'd add?
Nope, that's great. I think it'd be great. Yeah, we're open to questions, comments, thoughts. We'd love to learn a little bit more about you all, or, be able to tell you what else you want to know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Erin and Haley. That was a great presentation. I really liked how you left time at the end for us to ask questions. I wanted to know, especially with both these tracks, are there specific skill sets that you're looking for in candidates for each one of them, and what differentiates the 2 tracks, especially as an applicant, and how do we judge our fit for these tracks?
That's a good question. I can start there. So I would say that overall, we're not necessarily looking for different skills to fit into these different programs, right? We kind of follow similar developmental goals and standard, objectives coming into the fellowship. And, qualities that make anyone a great fellowship candidate will apply for either of these programs, the time management, the project experience, all those kinds of things. But I think once you come into the application process, you don't need to know coming in which program you feel you're a better fit for or which one you want to pursue. We only have one standard application for both of our programs. And then as you come into interviews and if you come into on-sites, our interviewees and our sponsors are really great about kind of learning from you what you're interested in and then helping you find the path that's right for you. So I would say the difference, and Erin, feel free to jump in based on your experiences, but I would say the differences in the tracks is that the hospital fellowship is more so focused in that like hospital operations, like patient flow, the inpatient type of realm, whereas I think the medical college practice fellowship is centered more around like physician affairs and some of those things. But I'll let Erin speak to her experiences too.
Yeah, I would definitely echo that. And I think in addition to what you've noted, more of an ambulatory focus on the MCW side. And yeah, definitely throughout the interview process, it's not something you need to know as you apply. Throughout the interview process. Final candidates, especially on site, have a lot of opportunity to ask those questions. And I think my hope is that candidates see it as that, like as an opportunity to kind of dig deeper and ask questions that might inform which track might be a better fit for them, as opposed to feeling like they need to come into that interview being able to state. I think, from our sponsors and the leaders on this in Freighter and MCW, there's openness to recognizing that as a candidate they might not know, so that there's the opportunity toward the end of that interview process to voice that preference.
Thank you so much. That was great for me to know. I have interest in both the sides. I've had spring internships in hospital operations and currently with the Office of Medical Affairs. So that's the reason why I asked that question, because I find both of them really interesting. So thank you so much for answering that.
Of course.
I was trying to put our flyer in the chat. I'm struggling to do that. So Malia, I'm going to send it to you after. I don't know if I can go out in there in the follow-up.
That's perfect. Yeah, totally.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'd like to throw a question out there for y'all. Because I love gloating about y'all's fellows. I love it. For history for everybody else who's on the call, the Freighter and MCW fellows have participated thoroughly within NCAF. One of them for the sites that you're seeing that are on NAFCAS, most of them get a lot of opportunities through NCAF membership throughout the year. One of them is volunteering at the LENS Summit, the Leadership Excellence Summit, every year. Last year, we had a fellow who had graduated early from their fellowship, left their fellowship to become Blake is a financial manager or something like that, finished like 8 months into his fellowship, moved into a new position. And then Christine is currently in our mentorship cohort, and learning some great stuff over the summer. What have been y'all's favorite projects that y'all have done outside of NCHL, that y'all have taken on in terms of mentorship, professional development, some tool that you learned that you thought you never necessarily have access to or never thought about? What's been your favorite new thing that you've learned?
Yeah, I can start. One of the first projects I began as a fellow a year ago when I started was related to some sort of like restructuring within the organization. Essentially, the organization has moved from sort of 19 clinical departments that kind of function separately to being a 6-unit structure. And even from the beginning, our program director said, I'm going to have you start on this project, and it's kind of like a once in a career kind of opportunity to see this restructure. So I think for me, having the opportunity to do, Haley mentioned a change management program that we did in, I think, December of this past year. So being able to be part of that training while at the same time being not only witnessing, but doing some project managing and participating in sort of this overall restructure within the organization, being able to experience both those things at the same time, I think has been really pivotal and eye-opening for me. And how I approach change and change management, and how project management and change management are not two separate things, but very much intertwined.
That's awesome. I would echo Aaron for sure. I think the change management course was really great and gave us a really strong foundation. And I had taken some project management courses, in my master's program, but until you get in there and actually be able to put those skills into practice and, talk about it in real project scenarios and those kinds of things, that was really cool. Another project that I've been working on for a good portion of the year here is a remote patient monitoring project. And so the goal has been to implement some wearable devices, some blood pressure cuffs, heart rate monitors, those kinds of things for patients in a couple of different patient populations, and be able to give them those devices to be monitored from home and not, to prevent ED visits and, just make care more accessible for people at home. And I think the technology has just been really cool to see and where we're going in healthcare and being able to do that much monitoring from home. But I would say also just being able to learn and be mentored through like the IT process. That is a whole different world that I was not familiar with coming into the fellowship, and like seeing how much work and effort goes in behind the scenes of like building programs in Epic and like making sure script is the way that it needs to be, and how do we have to have, all these resources coming in Epic for billing encounters. And I've been able to learn so much with that project through like the IT implementation process from the very beginning. And I think that's something that definitely I will take with me. I don't know that I'm going to end up in IT, but just to have the knowledge and understanding of the process and the way that it works has been really beneficial for me.
Yeah, absolutely. That's awesome. Thank you both.
No problem. You've got a hand up.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. I had a question, a kind of a heavy question about, I guess, salary and compensation, just because I am from Texas, so our cost of living is pretty low over here. And the only reason why I ask is if the salary is comfortable, just because, I'd have to talk to my family, my spouse, and we'd be moving out of state with my son. And I just wanted them, so it's transparent on their end on what it's going to be like, moving away, because it is an investment in me, and, they of course will support me. But I just want to be completely transparent with my family when it comes to wage, if it's going to be comfortable, or, we're going to be, struggling a little bit, that kind of thing. I was wondering if, as a fellow, you could kind of speak on that.
Yeah, I will say I think, Milwaukee is, in the scheme of things, a lower cost of living area. You comparing it to a place like Chicago, Milwaukee is definitely going to be more comfortable in terms of cost of living. I think that, to my understanding, there was in the past couple of years adjustments to fellow salary to match more of sort of what is the national standard. Yeah, Haley, I don't know if there's more you would want to say.
No, I think that pretty sums it up. I would say, it's been comfortable, and I think our program is very supportive of helping you find resources or, just like helping with that transition, maybe not necessarily monetarily, but, in those other things. It's, the program understands it's a huge investment. And so I think there's definitely support in making that move and transition and helping you navigate that as best as they can.
Yeah, I would say
Thank you.
too, if you have like additional follow-up questions, happy to touch base individually or via email.
Yeah, if I can actually touch on that really quickly too, because we do a benchmarking survey every summer of salaries for administrative fellowships. They usually reevaluate when our report comes out towards the end of the year for the coming year, and try to match cost of living as much as possible. If it's a concern for you, I would absolutely say to send direct emails to the programs that you're interested in to make sure that you're using your time wisely and applying to programs that'll meet what you need.
Awesome. Thank you.
We have about 8 minutes left, so please feel free to, if y'all have, Haley and Aaron, if y'all have questions for the group, or if anyone else has questions for them.
I'll share one other additional thought that we didn't speak to necessarily in our slides, but we are an academic medical center, which I think is, a huge part of the identity of both of the organizations as well. So, and I would say from my perspective, I almost said from our perspective, Haley, I won't speak from your perspective, but I'm interested in your thoughts. it has created, I think, a really positive learning environment because everyone is just so used to having learners around that if we reach out to anybody to say, can we shadow, can I have a meet and greet with you to understand what this looks like, both on the admin side and, kind of where appropriate on the clinical side too, people are very open to that and honestly really used to it, just really welcoming of having people who are curious and interested in learning more around.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I don't know that we've experienced any like major roadblocks when we've been trying to, do shadowing or build in some of those more like hands-on experiences. And that's something that really drew me into Froedtert Medical College specifically, was that connection into the academic medical center and being surrounded by people that support learning. So, and I would say that's something that is really important just to call out, if it's something you're interested in, because I do think it can go a long way in showing your interest, wherever you go and when you can, tailor your interest into those spaces. But yeah, that's a great point.
Is anyone familiar with Milwaukee? Do you have questions about Milwaukee or the Midwest? Or any other questions that you all have?
I don't want it to be a surprise if I do have the opportunity to go out there.
Okay. Well, I will tell you anyway. I would say, a medium-sized city on Lake Michigan. So we're about 90 miles north of Chicago. So I think in a lot of ways, kind of a mini Chicago, lots to see and lots going on. And in my opinion, just like traffic-wise, more accessible than Chicago to get around and to be able to see anything. The city, very much a festival. So summer is festivals and lots of cultural festivals and things like that as well.
Yeah, so I guess I know we may have still a few more minutes if there's other questions. Otherwise, in wrap up, I would say Erin and I are happy to connect with anyone over email. Feel free to reach out. We can plop our emails in the chat too, just so you have them. And yeah, we would encourage folks to join our webinar, and we'll talk, go into more depth about our program structure and who our leadership is, and be able to answer some more of those detailed questions during those sessions as well.
Thanks, y'all. If I could throw one more question out there for you, in the 4 minutes that we have. In terms of transitioning into your roles, what was that adjustment like maybe in the first 3 to 6 months? How did you feel that transition going from a grad program into your fellowship, and what skills did you learn in your grad program or maybe in your internship before that really helped you out in your first few months?
Yeah, I can start. I think for me, so I graduated from the University of Minnesota School of Public Health, and I did a Master's of Public Health degree. So I came in with a little bit of a different route. And I would say the skills that really prepared me the most in school were those courses that I took in project management and data analysis, some of those actual hard skills that you can use as you come into the fellowship. I think those are the things that I got the most value in. And then I would say, coming into a new organization can always be take an adjustment period, but I think our sponsors were just really welcoming and, really encouraged us to ask questions and just be curious right away. And that's something I really leaned into in my transition, was asking as many questions as I could, following up with people after meetings to set up more meetings to say, hey, can you explain, what this conversation was, or I want to ask you more about this. And I think that really helped with the transition and being able to even build in some project experience earlier, is when you can be curious and, tell people what you're interested in learning, and they can point you in the right direction. So those are the things that I leaned into early on.
I would echo a lot of that. My background was, it feels a little non-traditional for fellowship programs, but I had been working full-time in the nonprofit world and got my MBA in healthcare part-time. So yeah, transitioning in was interesting. I feel like and I think there's always fellows that are like, I'm ready to dig in, let's go. Maybe a little bit faster than I maybe the program was ready for. In that, I think I needed more time to acclimate to the system and to Haley's point, to ask those questions and to learn the context. So I think in retrospect, I see that this like tension of wanting to be able to take on a lot when I really just needed to learn my surroundings. So I see a lot of value in that in the first couple of months, to Haley's point, to ask all the questions and to dig deeper. And I think the other thing that I recognize, and especially in retrospect, and see a lot of value in, is simply just building the relationships, especially with the leaders. And over time, as you get to know the system, you get to know the leaders, and you get to know your own interests. I think it's a really good formula for kind of having a support system and an understanding of what you would like your next steps to look like.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. I know we talk a lot about, I mean, when I speak with fellowship sites, we talk about a lot about hard skills, mostly covered, soft skills. They want to see them, especially in those interviews. I mean, this is for everybody on the call. They want to see that, you're collaborative and can work with people well, and you're, flexible and all of that good stuff. So that's great to hear. I think there is one question in the chat for y'all as well. I think I just saw pop up. If you want to answer that in the chat and just hang out for a second, I'll go ahead. I think I saw Haley somewhere on the call, ready for Baptist Health Louisville.
Yes, I am here.
There we go. There you are. Hi. But thank you so much, Haley and Aaron. We'll talk soon. And again, their information's in the chat.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. All right, the floor is all yours.
Awesome. Sounds good. I am going to share my screen. Will you let me know if you can see that?
Yep, perfect.
Okay, perfect. So hi, everyone. My name is Hallie Smith, and I am here to share a little bit about the Baptist Health Administrative Fellowship. So I'll do a little bit of background about me first. I am from Louisville, Kentucky. I have lived here my whole life. I got my undergraduate degree from the University of Kentucky in healthcare administration, and then went on and just completed my master's of healthcare administration from the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. A cool part about that program specifically was that it was a requirement for me to do a year-long administrative fellowship or residency. And so while I was at the University of Kentucky doing my undergrad degree, I had the opportunity to work with Baptist Health Lexington as an intern, and really enjoyed that time. So when I found out that Baptist Health had an administrative fellowship, I thought I would apply, and just kind of fell in love with the fellowship, the culture, the organization as a whole. And so I'm excited to share with you about it today. So what we're going to go through today, just a little bit of a history of Baptist Health, the current state of Baptist Health, where we're at now, Baptist Health Louisville specifically, a bit of a fellowship overview, and then I'm going to do a recap of my fellowship. I just completed the fellowship in May, and I have now been promoted to the manager of cardiovascular operations here within Baptist. So like I said, we'll start with a little bit of a history of Baptist Health. So Baptist Health was created in 1924. This was the original hospital, Kentucky Baptist Hospital. It was only one hospital at the time. And so actually 2 years ago in 2024, we celebrated 100 years of Baptist. It was a year-long campaign. Every month we were doing different kinds of celebrations, but it was a really big deal. So we have a long history here in the state of Kentucky, and are a very well-known healthcare system here. But like I said, it started out as one hospital. Here is a map of Baptist Health today. So we are the largest health system in the state of Kentucky. You can see here all of those little navy spots are all of our hospitals. So we have 9 hospitals across the state, one in Indiana, and then one of those 9 is a joint venture with Deaconess Health in Madisonville, Kentucky. And so within this map, you can see those blue counties. Those are our primary service areas, obviously more focused near the hospitals. And then the green are our secondary service areas. So even though we may not have a hospital, in very far eastern Kentucky, we still have patients that travel very far to get our services.
You can see also in the bottom left-hand corner, there's some purple. That shows the counties in both Illinois and Tennessee that we have patients visiting us from. Same with the orange in Indiana, and I'm hoping we update this soon because we have even been seeing recently patients from West Virginia. So yeah, we span across the entire state and into surrounding states as well. On the individual hospital locations, you can see the circle with some numbers out to the side of it. That circle represents our points of care. So within each hospital, we consider it a market. So you can look at the bottom right hand, that's just the easiest one, kind of out on its own. That is our Corbin market, and it has 41 points of care, which includes the number of hospitals, physician offices, and outpatient clinics owned by Baptist Health in that market. Our biggest market is the Louisville market. It is where Baptist was originally created. It's quite a big city with probably the most densely populated city within the state of Kentucky. And so we have a lot of points of care here as well, which is where our fellowship is based out of. So as I mentioned, Baptist Health Louisville, that is where the fellowship is based. This is a picture of Baptist Health. I love this picture in the sunset behind it, but this is a picture of the Louisville Hospital. That is actually our new Park Tower. I guess I shouldn't say new, the newest part of our hospital, the Park Tower. It was built in 2012 and it is 8 floors with all kinds of patient rooms. The second floor is an OR, but it was a really big expansion for us. That Park Tower got us up to 520 beds. So we are a very good sized hospital. And here is a map on the left you can see of our campus. So we have quite a few buildings. The 4,000 building in that light yellow is our main hospital. Those purple colored buildings around it have different medical offices, medical pavilions. The orange is our cancer center. And then we have quite a few other things, but looking on the right, it's goes into a little bit more detail about all of the things we offer here at Baptist Health. We have every service line you can think of. We are really big into orthopedics, women's health. We deliver an insane amount of babies here every day. Big into cardiology, and also expanding our oncology and neurovascular services. So we have a lot to offer, and we're always growing, which is really, really exciting. So to talk a little bit more about the fellowship specifically, this is a year-long fellowship, and it is rotational based, and it's split amongst 3 sites. So your home base will be Baptist Health Louisville. You will also spend some time rotating with Baptist Health System or our corporate office. Those are the people over the entire state, all 9 of our hospitals. And so that's really good exposure. And then also we do have a medical group that is growing rapidly, and you get to spend time with them as well. One thing I love about this fellowship is that you get exposure to so many different portions of healthcare administration. So for example, within Louisville, you get that really micro singular hospital focus on healthcare administration. And at the system level, you get that macro view. So you get to see what it takes to run 9 hospitals at a time, plus freestanding emergency departments, plus clinics, plus doctors' offices, which is really good exposure as well. And then you also get access to our medical group, so that ambulatory care that not a lot of fellowships offer. So we are lucky enough to offer access to all 3 of these healthcare administration sites, if you will, which really gives a well-rounded year-long experience. So within the fellowship, like I said, it is rotational based. So each month you kind of are focusing in a different area or on a different department. So what I have up here is the rotations that I did. It is subject to change. One cool thing about our fellowship is that we ask your interests when you start. And if you have a specific interest, we will work to get that included. So our current fellow, he just started back in June. He spent his first month rotating in our Corbin hospital because it is in a very rural area, and he has a rural health interest. So we were able to squeeze that into his fellowship rotation. Mine, for example, I spent a month with community health, a month with the performance advisory office, a month with process improvement, patient safety, quality, patient experience, nursing, the medical group, operations, finance, our foundation, which is important as we are a nonprofit. We do have a foundation that helps us with fundraising, donations, having those donor contacts and all of that. And then I also spent time with human resources and ancillary services, or those things like your food, your environmental services, engineering, things like that. So as you can see, instead of being kind of pigeonholed into one department like some fellowships can be, we give you exposure to all of them. So you're very well-rounded. Another cool part about our fellowship is that the fellow attends as many meetings as they can and the highest level of meetings as well. So you would attend executive operations meetings, executive strategy meetings, both in the hospital and at the system. You go to management council, board meetings, regional leadership meetings, all department meeting with each month. And then one really cool thing is you get weekly check-ins with your preceptors. So within our program, your two preceptors are the Chief Operating Officer of Baptist Health Louisville and also the Chief Operating Officer of Baptist Health as a system. They are two of the busiest people I have ever met. And the fact that they both take time out of their weeks to talk with you, check in with you, see how you're doing, mentor you, sponsor you, all of those things, I think is really, really cool. So that's absolutely one of my favorite parts. The other really cool part is that although you do have those two preceptors, each month when you're rotating in those departments, you have a mentor assigned within that department. So a subject matter expert within that area, for example, but these people are really high executive leaders. So you can look on that list. We have system vice presidents, regional vice presidents, CNOs, CMOs, COOs. These are the people that you're working with all day, every day. And the cool part about the Baptist culture is that they don't see themselves as that high executive level. You know, they're just here to work and get things done. And they really, really enjoy working with the fellows. They're very open in helping you and helping you learn. I have all of their phone numbers, and they're still there for me to mentor me and help me along any problems I may have. So I think that's a really, really cool part of what we offer here at Baptist Health that maybe you may not get that much exposure at other places. So as I said, I actually just completed the fellowship in May and wanted to share some pictures of some of the things I got to do and work on. So in that top left-hand corner, that's just me volunteering to run a t-shirt stand during my HR rotation. We had employees submit t-shirt designs for Hospital Week, and then it let people vote on them. And so I was at the voting booth for 30 minutes maybe one day. So that was fun. There in the middle is me testing out a Da Vinci robot at the Becker's Healthcare Conference. So as a fellow, I had the opportunity to attend Becker's in Chicago, Illinois. And that was a great experience. But the cool thing about this photo is, I don't know how many people are familiar with Da Vinci robots, but we have a few here at Baptist Health that we use multiple times a day, every day. They come from the company Intuitive, and we use them for minimally invasive surgeries. So the way they work is you can see me sitting there with my head in the camera and then my hands down at the bottom. You're basically using a game controller to operate, and that game controller moves those big white robot arms on your patients. And so we have quite a few of those Da Vinci robots. Not many places do, so that's really cool. And it was cool to see that at Becker's as well. To the right of that is actually me and the Baptist team at a United Football League game. This past year, Louisville was given a United Football League team, the Louisville Kings. If you kept up with the UFL any of this year, they actually went on to win what is the UFL Super Bowl. But back in November, my preceptor told me, a UFL team is coming to town and they need a sports medicine provider. I want you to pitch it to them and see if you can secure us as their sports medicine provider. So that was a project I got to work on. I got to work directly with the UFL, with the team, got to go to all of their games. We had a suite at all of the games that we got to, sit in, have pizza, all the things. And so that was really cool exposure. to work with a professional sports team. And as we continue that partnership, that is a project that will roll on to the next fellow each year. At the bottom on the left, there is me at a foundation dinner. So like I mentioned, as a nonprofit, donations and fundraising are a big deal for us. So we host a lot of foundation dinners to bring our donors all together just so we can talk to them, keep relationships going with them. There I am all scrubbed in for my hospital operations rotation. I got to spend a month with surgery and in the OR. That was great exposure to learn everything that goes into that. To the right of that is me with the Baptist Health Louisville executive team in February for Go Red Day to celebrate heart care. To the right of that is me at a gala. So that's another thing as a fellow. You will likely attend many galas. Baptist Health sponsors a lot of events, and so we get to fill tables and go to fun galas on the weekends. And then this next page at the top, I ran a food drive in November that was super successful, and that was a fun project to work on. In the middle there is me volunteering to serve our employee meal that we do quarterly. It's just a free meal to bring employees together. To the right of that is me serving a meal again for a different reason. I am on our Embrace Committee, which is a part of the fellows' duties, as well as to be on the Embrace Committee, which is our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, working towards improving health equity. And one thing the Embrace Committee does, amongst many other things, is serve a monthly meal that focuses on a different culture each month. And so that was what I was doing there. At the bottom left, that is me in what is called a bunny suit, about to go into our sterile processing department because we were having some air pressure issues in there. So I got to learn all about that and help to fix that problem. The big Baptist Health letters there, that is something really cool that we have. That was the opening of one of our new freestanding emergency departments. So we in the Louisville market have two of them. They are an urgent care emergency department hybrid that are not on campus. They're located further away to help with access to care. And patients can come in, can be triaged and sent to either urgent care or sent to the emergency department on that site. If they then need to be transferred to our ED for more serious concerns, they can, but that just helps us with our ED throughput and keeping people out of the ED that don't need to be there. In the middle there, me with all the balloons, that is our cancer block party. So that is a big event we do every year. And the manager of oncology at the time was on a very long maternity leave. And so I, as the fellow, actually got to step in as the interim manager of oncology. So I put that event together, and then to the right of that as well as me with some of our oncology team tabling at an event. So you get so much exposure, so many opportunities, and it really is such a wonderful fellowship, such a wonderful year, such a wonderful experience, and you really can get plugged in and get exposure to as much as you are willing to. So with that, I am going to stop sharing, and I wanted to leave quite a bit of time just to answer any questions people may have.
Hi, my name is McKenna Robertson. I'm going into my second year MHA program at the University of Kentucky. And I was wondering, as a former fellow, has there been any aspects of this fellowship program that you would say has been the most valuable to either your personal or professional development?
Yes, absolutely. I think, in full transparency, the exposure to so many leaders has been extremely helpful. I'm getting the opportunity to work with all of them and meet all of them, because as I have shifted into a new role, the ability to just pick up the phone and call an executive and ask for their advice or opinion on something has been wonderful. So I think just how easy it is to build relationships here and get exposure to a ton of mentors was really, really helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions?
I'll ask another question.
Yeah.
So by the end of the fellowship, what do you hope that the fellows will have gained from this program versus going into a administrative role right outside of graduation?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the biggest thing for me was that I gained a lot of clarity in what part of health administration I wanted to focus on, because it can be niche, but also there's a lot you can do with a health administration degree. And so the cool part about our fellowship is you do get exposure to all of those different departments, all of those different avenues, even to being in a hospital or a practice or a system level leader. It really helped gain clarity into what I want my path to be going forward, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
So typically when fellows come into their program, they are immediately thrown into some sort of recruitment of the next group of fellows. What skills did you see in that process of, whatever form of interviewing that you got to observe? What did you see as like something that really stuck out in candidates that maybe you thought would have been helpful to know the year before, or you could pass along to the folks who are on the call?
Yeah, I think especially for Baptist Health specifically, people being very personable. They love to see that. They love to see someone that can just come in and talk, nothing robotic. I know sometimes we can practice for interviews and get so caught up in saying the right thing that we forget to just be people and be human. And so I think being personable is huge, and being able to tell your story, why you want to go into healthcare administration, why you want to do a fellowship, what you feel is important about doing a fellowship rather than going straight into the job field. I think being able to just be personable and honest about what you're doing and why you want to do it really set apart candidates for us.
Thanks, Allie.
Yeah.
We
I
have
see a
about
question.
minutes left too. So, yeah, feel free to answer questions from the chat too, but we have about 5 minutes left for you.
Okay, thank you. I see a question in the chat about if the program accepts international students on OPT. I am not positive on that. I am going to drop my email in the chat, and if you could email me that, I will get you connected with the right people that can get you that answer. Yes, I see a hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Haley, for that presentation. I think what stood out to me is how easy and how approachable all the executives are. So, wanted to know if you have had an experience where you have come up with an idea or a project and what their response has been like to your initiative.
Yeah, I would actually say about 50% of the projects I did were all my idea or something I saw a need and stepped in for. They absolutely loved it. Every time I came up with an idea or a project I wanted to work on, they were all behind me, figuring out what they could do to support me. The food drive being one of those things. I came up with that and they're like, yes, what do you need? So they are extremely supportive of fellows. That's probably one of their favorite things is a fellow who's going to take initiative and find projects and work on them, and they will support you 100%.
That's really great to know. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
One more question from me. Were there any direct mentorship or event or tech tool opportunities that you got exposure to, and would every fellow would necessarily get exposure to in their program?
Yes. So when it comes to the mentorship specifically, absolutely every fellow has access to that. And obviously you have your preceptors that you're with weekly, but there was one specific leader that I just connected with really well, and she absolutely was on board with mentoring me and is still actually my mentor as I'm going into this role. So every fellow has access to that. When it comes to tech and things like that, we are constantly evolving and growing, and there is genuinely no project that we have that a fellow could not be a part of. And so if there's an interest in anything like that, a fellow can absolutely hop in and join on it. I think the one project that we know of right now that is going to be continuous is the professional sports team one, which is really cool. But yeah, any project that a fellow wants to do, whether it be tech related or not, they're more than welcome to jump in on.
That's awesome. Thanks, Hallie.
Of course.
We have about 2 minutes left before we hop over to the next session. So I want to leave time if anyone else has any additional questions for Hallie. Okay, if not, your email's in the chat, so we're good.
Yeah.
And then also they're on Navcast, so you can always find their information over there and all deadlines and necessary information. Thanks so much for coming, Hallie, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
All right, y'all. We are right about time to throw it over to the team at Mayo Clinic. I see Jennifer and Victoria, so feel free. The floor is all yours.
Thanks so much. Let me just share my screen here quick. Are you all able to see that?
Yeah.
We're good. Okay. Great. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. We're excited to be here and happy to share a little bit more about the Mayo Clinic Administrative Fellowship Program. First, just like to make some introductions. I have Gianna and Victoria presenting with me today. My name is Jennifer Ebley. I'm the HR business partner for the Administrative Fellowship Program at Mayo Clinic, and I've been supporting the program for the last 9 years. And I will turn it over to Gianna and Victoria to introduce themselves as well. I think I saw Victoria on. I know.
Yeah, I hear. You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fabulous. Sorry. At Mayo, we only use Teams, and so I was like trying to figure out if I got it right on Zoom. But hi, everybody. My name is Victoria. I actually did the fellowship. I just graduated about a year ago, and I did mine in Phoenix, Arizona. But now I am placed in Rochester. I'm one of the operations manager for orthopedic surgery, and I cover hand, peds, spine, and trauma. And Gianna, I think, is hopped on, but she's also trying to get her mic working as well. I can introduce her in the interest of time, but she is. We actually met when she was an intern, and I was a second year fellow in Arizona. And she's currently here right now doing her offsite, and her rotation is Office of Access Management.
Yeah, and right now they are both in Rochester, Minnesota, correct? Yeah, okay, great. All right, so today we have a brief outline here of the agenda. We're going to go over the background of Mayo Clinic and then our current state, and then more specific information about our fellowship program, and then hopefully we'll have enough time for any questions that you all have at the end. So Mayo Clinic is a very mission-driven organization. We have a unique model of care that focuses on serving those with the most complex needs. So our reach and our team always comes back to our patients. The needs of the patients really do come first, and that's the primary value that was centered on a quote from Dr. William Mayo during a commencement speech, during which he stated the needs of the patient is the only thing to be considered. So if you walk around any campus at Mayo Clinic and ask staff what the primary value is, they can tell you. It's the main tenet for the organization and permeates what we do and how we do it. And I commonly hear the value injected into conversations at committee meetings and then during other key decision-making conversations. So our rich Thai values are interwoven within the DNA of Mayo Clinic as it's pictured in this double helix model. And it's through these 8 values that we're ultimately able to accomplish the primary value, the needs of the patient come first. So I think that this is an important thing to highlight for our organization because a lot of what we look for in our fellows, there's a definite value alignment. It was in the late 1800s that a tornado swept across Rochester, Minnesota, which resulted in the need for healthcare. So Mother Alfred Moses sought a partnership with Dr. William Mayo, and they created the foundation of what Mayo Clinic is today. So Mayo Clinic was founded on a partnership of trust and innovation. It started with a simple handshake, and the dyad model continues across all of our sites today. So you can see here the dyad leadership model. So every administrator is partnered with a physician. So you'll see Arizona, Florida, Rochester, and the health system. All of our CAOs featured here are graduates from our administrative program, which is pretty cool. And then I will let Victoria continue here with our slide deck.
Thanks, Jen. So I'm just going to give a brief history of the fellowship. It actually started here in Rochester in 1983, so it's about 43 years old. So it's got a really rich and complex history, not only in the Midwest, but it sort of expand as the decades come on. So now it is across the 6 different sites of the Mayo enterprise. And a few quick things, and I think this is sort of relatively unique to Mayo Clinic. We aim to retain. So in the past 6 years, there's been a 95% retention rate, which is pretty good. And then also, I will say, outside of the fellowship, Mayo is quite unique in the sense that people spend their entire careers here because it is so large. We're not just hospital operations. We're not just, finance and revenue integrity. We are so many things. And, people often have sort of different careers within their entirety here. So pretty cool. Next, so these are some of our past alumni. So you've got Mandy Imson, as you can see, class of 94. You've got Stephen Fisher, 2018, Sean Glenn, 2001, and a host of other folks. What I will say, Mayo, like other AFP programs, it is designed to be sort of like a pipeline to higher level leadership. It really gives you the tools and the application to be able to do said or build said tools, and to continue that throughout your years here. And then since inception, the program has hired 187 fellows, which is pretty robust. Now, as you can see, these are a bit newer fellows. And what I would like to call out specifically, and in my case as well, where you do your fellowship does not mean you have to stay there for the rest of your Mayo Clinic career. So as you can see on the left, Andrew Hennessy, he did his fellowship in Rochester, but got his full-time role in Arizona. Same with Shanice. She did hers in Rochester, and then she's now in Jacksonville. And then in my case, I did mine in Arizona, and now I'm in Rochester as well. So a bit about the support from a structured sort of like leadership perspective. So as you can see, you've got a team of different site directors across the Mayo Clinic enterprise. So each site has their own site director, which is very helpful, especially, you get to see them almost every day. You get to have informal conversations. They can be a source of support for you during these 2 years. So starting from the left, we have Sid Moser. She's class of 2016, and she's in Arizona. Adam Thompson, class of 2005, Vice Chair of Administration in Florida. We've got Hannah, who's class of 2016. She's now the vice chair in the health system. Lindsay Lehman, who's now associate administrator in Rochester, and then Jennifer, who is also the administrator for the research track in Rochester. So a little bit more about our structure. There are different sort of ways to do the fellowship in general across the board, but here at Mayo Clinic, it is a 2-year rotation-based fellowship. And it is designed to fast track, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, to transition grad students right out of grad school into higher level leadership roles. We do offer a competitive salary with relocation assistance. And Jen, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it depends on the distance that you are in terms of what ranges you get. So like if you're moving from, I don't know, California to Rochester, that is going to be matched to your sort of mileage.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And then you also get professional development funding. Now, as I mentioned, I started my fellowship in 2023, so I think the number that I had changed, so I'm not going to speak to the exact amount, but it is a substantial amount. And you can use that for a host of different things. I use mine specifically to go to ACAG my first year, and it covered just about everything. So it's a really, really good opportunity there. And then really the biggest thing is the leadership exposure in all areas of Mayo Clinic. And if you recall a little bit earlier, I mentioned, people have 40-year careers here and they do like 10 years in operations. You can do a few years in HR, maybe even finance. It gives you the opportunity to constantly sort of reinvent yourself. And I feel like the fellowship is kind of like a taste of what it is to do that, because you've got so many different areas that you can rotate in, which I think is on the next slide of the different sort of rotations you can do. Actually, just kidding, it's not on the next slide, but we'll get back to it. Anyway, so like I mentioned, different locations that we have across the enterprise. So we've got, your DMCs, which is the Destination Medical Centers. So the biggest one is here in Rochester, which is the mothership, is where it's all started, as Jen mentioned. And you've got Jacksonville, Florida, and then the other one in Phoenix, Arizona. We do also have a presence in La Crosse, Wisconsin, Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and then Mankato. So you really have an opportunity to decide wherever you would like to go for the 2 years. Now going back to the rotations. So on the left, you've got your core rotations, and on the right, you've got your elective. So the core rotations, I would say the majority are expected that you complete early on in your first year. So for example, I actually started mine in education, and that it's paired with like the 3 shields of our logo, which is not on this one, but if you like picture the 3 shields of Mayo Clinic, you've got your education, you've got your practice, and then you've got the research shield. So it is expected that you are ingrained in that culture. So like I mentioned, education or research, practice administration, finance, human resources, and strategy are some of the few core rotations. Now on to the right, this is really dependent on organizational need and then availability at that time, but also paired with your interests as well. So some examples include CDH, which I did, so Center for Digital Health, which is incredibly informing, especially in the time that we are now with like AI and how that's sort of informing our future. I think that's really, really helpful. And I actually use it in my day-to-day, in my real quote unquote big girl role after the fellowship. Then you've got corporate development. You can do DEI, you can do hospital operations, which I also did. I also did platform, which is again the AI sort of thing, supply chain, and really just anything that you kind of want or see, you can make it and turn it into a rotation, which I think is incredibly unique. Something that also sets Mayo apart is the opportunity to do an interim manager role, which I did it typically happens in your second year. There are some cases where it's in your first year, but really you want to have the core rotation set, especially HR, because you most likely will be managing people. So for example, I did mine in the Department of Surgery in Arizona for 4 months. And, you're really just trial by fire, like this is what you need to do, here are your objectives, and then there you go. But I will say, again, you are never left without support. And also, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, having those core rotations really, really helps as well. Then something that is relatively new is the research focused track. So typically it was just, all encompassing in terms of, what type of fellowship you want. Now that the research track has been added, year one is focused on the core rotations with the rest of, your site cohort. And then year two is really focused on strategic assignments within the research field. I would like to call out that this is not a separate fellowship program. And Rochester is the home base for that. So you are not isolated on an island by yourself. You really are ingrained within the culture here. Some of the goals. So, really, again, the whole point of the fellowship is to be, for lack of a better term, groomed to be like a manager and leader within the organization. And it's no different for the research track, but this specifically is for the research shield. It's still encouraged to do an offsite rotation, which is, again, I think is really key and a unique feature that we offer here at Mayo. And you are not completing the research focus track can still rotate within research administration. So essentially, if you don't do this track and you do the regular quote unquote fellowship track, you can still rotate within research. And then bottom is possible rotations, cancer center, digital practice transformation, et cetera. Next, so what I really love is you are like supported in all angles. So there's 5+ different pillars of inorganic. So like you're paired with people. So you've got an executive sponsor who has like a role that's really high up in the organization, an alumni mentor who, has graduated the fellowship recently. You've got your program director, who's Tanita Walker, and she's absolutely fabulous. The site director, who's one of the 6 that I mentioned a little bit earlier. You're paired with a second-year fellow, and then you have an HR leadership development administrator as well. So you really are covered on all angles. And what I love about this is that if you have a quote-unquote stupid question, you just go to your second-year fellow, like, hey, do I have to wear so-and-so to like this meeting? Or how should I, act at this meeting? But then you've got, this is where I want to be in 10 years. How do I do that? That's more so for your executive sponsor. So you can really tailor your questions that way. And then also just the support that you garner just through your rotations and organic sort of rapport that you build with other people as well. And now I'm going to pass it off to Gianna.
Awesome. Thanks, Victoria, and Jen for the awesome overview. So I am a current first year, almost second year fellow, which is crazy to say. In mid-July, I'll be making that transition from first to second year. And I think the fellowship has been an amazing opportunity so far. I joined a minute late because I was coming from another meeting. I'm currently a first year administrative fellow in Arizona, but doing my offsite here up in Rochester. So it's been awesome so far. Everything Victoria described, I think, has been what I've exactly experienced. So perfect. I'll continue it here. So a lot of the core rotations that you complete in your first year, I think it lays an amazing foundation because you'll do everything from HR to finance to education to research. And I think the rotations, you learn different content, but you're doing similar type of work. And some of that work includes shadowing, you're leading and facilitating a lot of projects, you're creating these SBARs and executive presentations, you're doing a lot of presenting. And I think a big core part of it is understanding the workflow so you could be helpful redesigning and re-implementing things that you might be able to make better. And then opportunities in the interim rotation, which usually happen in your second year. I'm actually in one myself right now. I'm getting access into the people management, the teamwork, and also the just new space of it all. I'm currently in a procedural area and I've never been in that type of space. I've never been a clinical person, but yet I'm having to speak to some of the procedures that we're doing up here. So it's been an awesome experience, and I never expected to gain these skills in my interim, but I've been very fortunate to do so. And then this slide, it's teeny bit outdated, so I apologize for that. Rotations I've completed, human resources, Office of Access Management, Finance and Revenue Integrity. I just completed that, and now I've officially started my offsite in Rochester. I'm currently the interim manager of the cath lab here. So I've never seen a cath lab. I never knew what a cath lab was. So I've just enjoyed learning about that space. And my favorite rotations or projects thus far, I was able to help support and plan one of our belonging conferences in my HR rotation. Additionally, in that HR rotation, I was able to do some contracting with nearby schools to help our employees, our current employees who we want to keep investing in, continue their education and get more advanced degrees such as an RN or a CRNA degree. Most recently in my finance and revenue team, I was able to do some research on national trends as to maybe why we're seeing different reimbursement rates for some of our visits, or maybe why supply expenses have gone up. And then in my Office of Access Management rotation, which is basically just a fancy word for making sure we get in the right patients at the right time, I was able to do some demand capacity analysis for one of our departments. And then finally, why Mayo AFP? I think we could go on and on and on. I think this presentation does a great job of highlighting its uniqueness. Not only is it a 2-year program, which I think is a perfect amount of time for a fellowship, because I'm at my first year now and I feel like I just got here. So that's a great part of it. It's rotational. I didn't want to be in a fellowship that you only did projects. You're able to do projects within the rotations, but I feel like the fellowship here, you rotate every 3 months. It gives you a great opportunity to try new things. And even the offsite rotation, I mean, I personally don't know of another organization that lets you stay 3 months at another one of its sites and sets you up here with mentors and shadowing opportunities and pretty much anything you would need. So I think there's countless amounts of opportunity that you could do within the fellowship. And then Mayo Clinic itself, it says category of one, whether it's the 3 shields or it's everyone being aligned on the mission and values that Jennifer described earlier. It's such a unique place, and every single conversation and meeting always discusses what implications these financial or access decisions would have for a patient. And then this quote I learned from one of my second years: to be the best, one must learn from the best. Obviously, many of you must know that Mayo Clinic is the #1 hospital. And I figured if I was going to do a fellowship, I'd want to learn from the best. So timeline and important dates. So application due date is August 26th, 2026. Wow, a lot of 2 6s there. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jen, but the application is open.
That's true. Yes, it's open right now, and then we'll close on August 26th.
Perfect. And then first round interviews are going to be virtual, and the final round interviews, folks will travel to Rochester on site. And that is paid for, and your accommodations are covered. And that happens in late September/early October. And the start date is July of 2027. And the details, I think a lot of this is online, and we have the link and the application is open. So I'll let you read those themselves. But it's a pretty standard, I think, qualification and requirements as to other AFP programs.
The one thing I do want to call out is that we don't require a cover letter or a written statement. Instead, we ask that you complete the candidate application form, and that's linked on the job posting for you. So you can just download it, fill out the questions, and then submit it as part of your application.
And then some good things to know. We have a great documentary. I think it's on Amazon Prime. I've actually watched it with Victoria one time, and there's a book version of it as well. So absolutely recommend that. And different books and the links of the jobs.mayoclinic.org/AFP, I think we'll go over a lot of this information we covered here. So thank you so much. This is a list of all the current fellows, and Jennifer, Victoria, if there's anything else you'd like to add.
I believe that you're emailed the slide deck, if I'm not mistaken, so you can have contact information. So all of our current fellows, our first and second years, those that are listed here are more than happy to answer any questions that you might have, as well as our leadership. So if you go to our website, their contact information is also available to you, and they are also happy to connect with you and answer any questions that you have. And that is it for our presentation. We'd be happy to take any questions. Oh, I see you might have to help me here with your name, but
Sorry.
Arechta?
Yes, my name is Baldo Iracheta. I'm currently pursuing my MHA here in San Antonio, Texas. But I had a question for Gianna specifically. Was there a trait that you thought kind of had you stand out as an applicant, especially since I mean, I'm sure there's hundreds, maybe thousands. I think hundreds of people applying for the Mayo fellowship. But could you kind of give some kind of background on what made you a better candidate to be chosen?
Yeah, I think it's probably the same type of answer as to college applications, maybe a little bit obviously less grade and GPA. I think for Mayo specifically, it's a combination of factors, and I've never sat on the other side of the panel and actually evaluated folks. But I'd say for myself, my story and my why of healthcare and how I connected my previous experience and passions to the mission and values of Mayo Clinic, I think goes an incredibly long way. We're from what I can tell, and correct me if I'm wrong, folks, but I think we're looking for folks who align more with the mission and who we really are as Mayo Clinic rather than just like people who got all A's or got all like perfect experiences. I know folks who have different levels of experience. Some folks at clinical, some folks at administrative. So I think there's a wide range of candidates, but I really think it comes down to your experiences, how you can phrase them, and how you can show that they apply to Mayo Clinic and how they have developed you as a leader and how it makes you a good fit for the fellowship. Victoria was also a fellow. Victoria, I'm not sure if you had anything else to add.
You covered that wonderfully. The only thing that I will add is, leadership. That's what they really also look for. Everything like Gianna said, it's not solely about your GPA and your grades. We really look at it holistically, but also, a lot of people have, different clubs and things that are listed on their application. And it's like, okay, but what did you do in that club? What role did you have? Were you president? Were you vice president? Or were you just in that club just to be in it and have it on your resume? So that's something that I look for. Well, I'm not a part of the AFP sort of committee, but I was a part of the internship this past year. And so that's something that we specifically look for.
Thank you.
Because we're right at time, I'd love to invite the remaining questions to go into the chat. And if the Mayo team could stay on and just reply to those in the chat, that would be amazing. But thank you so much for coming. Feel free to share those slides, email those slides over to me, and I'll get them out to all the attendees.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank
you
you
all for coming. Have a great day.
Thank you.
I see Devin on the call, so I think we're ready to throw it over to the team at Children's Nebraska.
Thank you very much, Malia.
Yes.
My name is Paul. I'm here with Devin. I am the immediate past administrative fellow here at Children's Nebraska, and Devin is our current fellow. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I will go ahead and share my screen. All right, perfect. So we're just going to give you a brief overview of Children's Nebraska, of Omaha, and our administrative fellowship program. And then we're going to allow some time in the end for questions. Before I begin, Devin, do you want to introduce yourself or say anything?
Hi, everybody. I'm Devin. I'm the current fellow. I started about 2 weeks ago, so Pa's here to kind of give a really good overview as to his experience this past year and answer any of the specific questions, but both of us are a resource if you have any questions.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Devin. So Children's Nebraska is the only dedicated children's hospital in Nebraska. We have over 279 licensed beds. We see over 775,000 patients every year. And we have over 50 pediatric specialties. It's a great time to be a children's. We're growing very rapidly. We're led by our president and CEO, Chanda Chacon, and 5 executive vice presidents that make up the senior executive team. Um, our main campus is located in Omaha, which is the largest city in Nebraska. I moved here from Wisconsin, and I got to say that it easily became a city that we fell in love with and decided to continue to stay here. There's tons of things to do here. We're ranked number 5 best states overall. You never get bored. Everything's within 20 minutes drivable distance. For a fellowship program, it's a 1 year program. You're going to have 2 preceptors, but you have unparalleled access to all the executive leaders who provide a great amount of mentorship and guidance throughout your fellowship. Dr. Tingley is our Senior Vice President, Practice Plans, and the President of our Specialty and Primary Care Clinics. And then we have Laura Wilburn, who's the Vice President of Total Reward and People Strategies. So we have Dr. Tingley, who's on the medical side, who can give you guidance and hold your hand and kind of guide you so you can learn about a lot of the areas that's anything medical related. And then we have Lori, who's more on the people side, who's also providing mentorship and guidance on that aspect. Throughout your entire fellowship, you attend all the leadership meetings right from day one. You shadow, you observe, you rotate through as many departments as you would like. It's designed in such a way that you're able to design the fellowship how you want it. So we don't have very rigid structures that you have to follow. If you're somebody that's really looking for somebody to hold your hand every step of the way, this fellowship is not for you. But if you're somebody that takes initiative, has drive, want to explore, want to really learn exactly how you want to learn the organization, this is the best fellowship for you. You have an opportunity to complete as many projects as you can based on organizational need, and some of them are assigned to you as well. Uh, so you apply through NAFCAS. We accept 1 fellow every year. It's highly competitive. If you have any questions, you can reach out to us through our administrative fellowship email, or you can contact Devin. We'll be more than willing to share any inside information and experience that she has so far. So we're gonna leave the remaining time for questions. Okay. So if we don't have any questions, again, feel free to reach out to us via email or contact Devin with any questions that you think of after this presentation. Thank you very much.
Pa, can you tell us a little bit more about your own direct experience? I know that you were able to like charge into your fellowship and take on projects. Can you tell us a little bit more about your transition out of your grad program and into the fellowship? Anything that was helpful going into that experience and maybe your favorite parts of your fellowship that you really got to take charge of?
Right. Thanks for that question. It was a very smooth transition in such that I had a ton of mentorship from my preceptors as I came into the fellowship program. You spend your first couple months attending all the introductory meetings. You get introduced to the organization, to all the executives, and so that's where you kind of um, align more with what we're doing and seek out opportunities for learning as you interact with the leaders. And then from there, you do your rotations, your project works, and then if based on organizational need again, and if you decide to stay with us, one of our very key focuses is that we want to train you and we want to keep you. So there's a lot of effort that goes into that and a lot of support from the administration, from the executive uh, team to ensure that you're able to find something that you enjoy doing, that you're very skilled at, and that you can contribute to the organization and then transition from that into a more permanent role with the organization. So I would say that it's easily one of the most rewarding experiences that I've had.
Awesome, thank you. And then a question for Devin. Since you're new to the fellowship and you just went through the whole process of applying and interviewing, all that stuff. Why this fellowship for you? What was the decision? What were the decision-making factors? And then what was your experience interviewing specifically and that really made you excited about the opportunity?
Yeah, I think when I looked at the organization, the big thing that really called out to me was how much they were doing for the community. They're really a leader in a lot of different things. As I've gotten into a bunch of these introductory meetings, I've heard about how many things that they're the first in that they're launching in other hospitals. And so I think that's super inspiring, especially for a Midwest state. In terms of the actual interview process, I think the thing that stuck out to me the most was that my first interview or conversation was with the CEO, and it felt just very natural from the get-go. And I think getting to talk to her and just meet with her on a very personal level and hear about her passion for the fellowship and how she started out as a fellow when she was early in her career, I think was inspiring and just showed to me that the fellowship and the fellow is valued at Children's because the CEO has that experience and has that understanding. And so I knew it was an organization that was really going to let me thrive and kind of find the areas that I fit into. And I think that made it a really easy fit as it kind of went through the process.
That's awesome. And super rare that you get to talk to the CEO in the first round. That's awesome. In terms of moving to a new place and adjusting to the area, um, what was your transition like going from wherever you're from into Omaha and learning the space, not only the newness of a new job and a fellowship, which sometimes can feel like everything's being thrown at you sometimes, or you have too many opportunities. But how did you adjust in your personal and professional life going into the role?
I'll let Pa take this one. I'm from Nebraska originally, so I had a little bit
Gotcha.
easier of a transition. I did
Awesome.
my program at Iowa, so I had a little bit of a transition back, but first fellow from Nebraska, so I guess all the other fellows can speak to that a little bit better.
Yes, the first fellow was from Matt. He was from Colorado, and Vanessa moved from Texas, I believe, and then I came over from Wisconsin. All of us remain here in Nebraska, Omaha. Uh, so that's very telling of how much it's been a very great experience here. Nebraska, Omaha is very family friendly. Everybody is so nice, and the organization itself, Children's Nebraska, is a place that once you start working here and you get to realize that a lot of the things that people put on their websites over here at Children's Nebraska, they're not just words, they're alive. The culture, the values, our people's first promise, all these things are things that make you feel fulfilled every day coming into work, and you find purpose and you find joy in your work, and so you continue to want to support the organization to achieve its goals and drive its mission. We're all here, and we're excited to be part of the great things that we're achieving.
Amazing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chance.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Wanted to know, being a children's hospital, what are some qualities that you think helps a fellow thrive in such an environment, and how is it different from, say, another hospital? Would love to get your thoughts on that.
Right. So, great question. Shreyans, is that to pronounce it correctly? So one of the key things that will make you thrive here is that you have to have drive. You're gonna have all the support that you need. You're gonna have all the mentorship that you need, but you need to want to go out there and learn and make yourself valuable. And it's a 1 year program. Time flies, right? So you're coming in, you want to do a fellowship. What do you hope to achieve from the fellowship? What do you hope to learn? That is what pushes you to be successful. That is how I applied myself throughout the fellowship. I went out there, I saw for opportunities to learn, and there was never a time that I reached out to anybody in any part of the organization and I did not get support. And so I was able to do all the rotations, all the project works, and then eventually find that area that I enjoyed. I had so much interest in that I knew that post fellowship I could continue to thrive and support the organization in this way. And so in the last couple months of my fellowship, I focused heavily on that area. And then right into the end of my fellowship, I transitioned into that role. So it's really, what do you want? What do you want to get out of the fellowship? And how much are you going to apply yourself? Because you're going to have all the guidance and the mentorship, but it's really dependent upon you. If you want somebody to tell you, go do this today, go do this tomorrow, this is not the fellowship for you. I know that there are some fellowships that they have everything laid out. You come in, whether you like it or not, you just go and do this rotation, go and do that rotation, go and do this. And I connected with a lot of fellows in a lot of big names, organizations, and a lot of folks are just sitting down and they're like, we're here. But I know people that ended their fellowships because they weren't as challenging as they thought it would be. Here, you're never going to be bored if you have drive and if you want to accomplish something because the doors are wide open for you.
I think from the pediatric lens, we, as Paul mentioned, are the only pediatric hospital in Nebraska, but we also are one of the only pediatric hospitals in the area. So we serve a very wide area up into South Dakota, North Dakota, even part of Kansas and Iowa. And so I think from that perspective, it just gives a lot of meaning to what it means to be a pediatric hospital and who you're serving. And so I think that's been very prevalent in the fact that we kind of have to think beyond Nebraska and beyond the Omaha metro area. And so I think it gives you a lot of perspective into what strategic planning looks like and kind of how do you grow strategically within the area. And so I think that's a really big differentiator here compared to some of the other hospitals, especially adult ones. A lot of time adult hospitals are competing for other adult hospitals and adult patients, but in a pediatric space, you have to be a lot more collaborative and I think kind of think outside the walls a lot. And so I think that is definitely something that kind of differentiates at least Children's Nebraska in this space.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Those are some great insights. Thank you.
One more question. We've heard from some sites over the past couple days who have talked about their opportunities to interact outside of their system, and work with sometimes in partnerships, direct partnerships, but also just network outside of their own organization. What have been opportunities that y'all have had to either go to different events or network with other professionals, maybe in the same interested in the same things or not, in during your fellowship?
Right, that's a very great question. I would say that you have all the opportunities to do so, but it's really very uh, personal and what you're interested in. Like, I know that the previous fellow before me went to a few networking events. You're gonna get sponsorship from the organization. We're gonna pay for your flights and your hotel accommodation and whatnot. I believe you, but primarily you get sponsored for um, one major conference like ACHE. And then there are other ones where if you want to go, you can discuss with your preceptors and they can help facilitate that. But I did go to the just ended ACHE conference in Houston. Um, but there are other ones, and that was the only one that I really wanted to go to. If we have, like, if Devin, for instance, decides that she wants to go to this event, that event, I really think that it's really based on what you want and what you're looking for, what kind of networking you want to do.
Did you have any great takeaways from ACHE that it felt like a good end to your fellowship?
Oh, yes, absolutely. It was great to get to interact with a lot of the uh, fellows that I connect with on LinkedIn, and I got the opportunity to talk to a lot of prospective candidates who shared interest in our programs, and got to touch base with them even after uh, the event. So I would say that, and also I attended a lot of some of the seminars, and I found those very insightful. Um, and so I would say that it's a highly recommended event that if you have the opportunity to attend, you should. But overall, I think it was a very meaningful experience.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. It's a great event. We go every year to table for
Yeah,
fellowships that are in NCAF.
yeah,
But it's always such a awesome event. And I think as a fellow, there has to be some sort of different lens than some people who go as students.
right.
Yeah. We have a little about 6 minutes left of this session. I want to make sure that everyone's asking the questions that they need to ask. If you want to ask a question in the chat, also totally fine. I just want to make sure that everyone's using their time as needed.
I saw someone put in the chat earlier about accepting international students. I don't know if this was particularly for a specific organization, but we do um, uh, accept programs with international students on OPT since they're authorized to work. We don't have any restrictions with like other organizations do. Like you must have completed within XYZ or that or specific programs. So we have that um, available opportunities for anybody that's interested in applying. But of course, if you have any other questions, feel free to reach out to us and we can give you those answers.
Thank you. Final question from me, I think. What was for Paul, what was your favorite project that you got to do?
My favorite project was a supply utilization initiative where we wanted to optimize our supply usage throughout the organization. So this was a very big project. It started with my rotation with finance and supply chain. And I was going to spend 4 weeks with them, but I ended up spending over 9 weeks because the project got bigger. And our goal, I think we started in the last quarter, or shortly before the last quarter of last year. And our goal was to hit $500,000 in savings. But by the time we finished that year, we had saved over $750,000. So it was a very um, eye-opening and a very great learning experience because I got to really immerse myself in the hospital side of our organization and also to work um, at, with clinical teams in other areas that otherwise I would have not because I spent a lot of time in administration. I was in the NICU, PICU, med surg units, ED, you're all over the place. And I think that for me was what gave me a very like a certain platform that I was looking forward to propel me to the next stage of my fellowship. And I enjoyed working and making those connections and building those relationships during that project. And also, most importantly, the impact that we were able to make at the end of that project. So it was
Yeah,
great.
that's a huge impact.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
yeah, thank you.
And then Devin, Sharon, go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, just had a follow-up question when you described your experience. Is there something that surprised you when you started your fellowship or during your fellowship that you didn't expect before but surprised you during your work?
Right. what surprised me was, I would say my biggest surprise was how welcoming everybody was. You're intimidated, you go in these meetings, you're sitting with the CEO, CFO, you're sitting in board meetings, you're sitting in executive council, strategic council, but you're feeling a little intimidated, and they're talking about all these big things, big ideas. You come away from school, you don't have the experience, you don't have the adequate knowledge to be sitting in those rooms with these people who have built experience for over 20 years. But they make you feel so welcome and so part of it. They take the time to explain things to you, so or give an overview or give a background so you can understand, feel like you're a part of it. So that to me was my biggest surprise. It helped me um, build a certain level of confidence to feel like, okay, I can do this, and I can um, build a relationship with these people, and have the support from them because they brought me in and they didn't make me feel like, oh, he's just a fellow who's just sitting around shadowing meetings. They made you feel like you were part of it. So that was the biggest surprise for me. I didn't think that I was gonna uh, have that experience. I just thought I was just gonna be the fellow, you know.
Thank you so much for sharing that. That's great that they're so welcoming and they make you feel a part of the process, especially when the C-suite does that. That's a great thing. Thank you.
Right, right, absolutely. No, I see somebody's question. Esgi, you're welcome to apply. Um, I graduated with my master's in 2022, and I started my fellowship here with Children's in 2025. So you're welcome to apply,
Thank you.
of course.
All right, we are just about at time. Thank you, Pa, and thank you, Devin, for showing up. And again, their information's in the chat. They're on NAFCAS. You can always go look at their information over there, and then you can ask questions if you have any more that come up. But thank you guys so much for coming.
Yeah, thank you very much, Malia. Those were very brilliant questions, you guys. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. I see Elizabeth and Barrett on the call, so I'll go ahead and throw it over to the team at UCSF. Thanks for coming, y'all.
Great. Thanks, Malia. Thanks for having us.
Of course.
Getting set up here. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us. Is thumbs up screen good?
All
Cool.
good.
So we're UCSF Health, a Healthcare Management Fellowship program. And my name is Barrett Hollingsworth. I am currently a program director for reproductive health with UCSF Health and completed my fellowship this year. I got my MBA in healthcare administration from University of Southern Indiana, and I'll have Elizabeth introduce herself.
Thanks, Barrett. My name is Elizabeth Rizenti. I am a second year administrative fellow at UCSF Health, just starting my second year. And before the fellowship, I did my MPH in health policy and management at UC Berkeley.
Great, thank you. So today we'll just do an overview of about UCSF Health, a program overview of our fellowship program, discuss mentorship as part of our fellowship, the recruitment process, and why we both chose UCSF Health, and happy to address any questions as well. So before we jump into the fellowship details, I'd like to first give a brief overview about UCSF Health. We're a health system located in California, San Francisco Bay Area. As an academic medical center, it is part of the larger University of California, San Francisco, which is a world-renowned university for its graduate level health sciences, education, and biomedical research. So we have UCSF Health and then UCSF, which is the academic component. The health system, it has a mission of caring, healing, teaching, and discovering. We have a vision to be the best provider of healthcare services, the best place to work, and the best environment for teaching and research. And our pride values, professionalism, respect, integrity, diversity, and excellence are important to how we conduct ourselves each and every day. So this slide shows our 6 main sites. As a fellow, you will have access to the entire health system, which is a large organization and includes these 6 main locations in San Francisco, with one additional location at Benioff Children's Hospital in Oakland. We have over 100 affiliated clinics and around the Bay Area. As one of the largest recipients of NIH grants, UCSF Health has over 750 ongoing clinical trials and is home to several Nobel Prize winners. Parnassus is our main hospital and ED, and it provides full service quaternary care as well as our main research and education center. This is the location of our new multi-billion-dollar 15-story hospital, which is slated to open in 2030. I recommend checking out our website to see that build in progress. It's pretty cool to see on the hill there. Mission Bay is our dedicated hospital for children, women, and cancer patients, as well as outpatient specialty care building. Mount Zion is an inpatient hospital with several outpatient health centers, surgical facilities, and support services. Stanton and Hyde are our full-service community hospitals, each with an ED. And Benioff Children's Hospital has 2 locations, one in Mission Bay and one in Oakland, with full-service pediatric quaternary care as well. So now I'd like to discuss UCSF Health's excellence in care. Nationally, we are consistently recognized for our innovative patient care and pioneering research. The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services released its hospital star ratings, and UCSF Health System has earned 5 out of 5 stars. Each August, the U.S. News and World Report also released its best hospital rankings, and our health system continues to remain one of the top hospitals in the country as part of the honor roll. Nationally, UCSF Health is ranked in a number of specialties and #1 in California and the San Francisco metro area. And we wanted to highlight these rankings as they further validate our high quality of patient care provided at UCSF Health and attest to our vision alignment. So now I'll pass it over to Elizabeth to discuss our fellowship program.
Thanks so much, Barrett. So, UCSF Health offers a 2-year fellowship program, and this is a brief timeline of what those 2 years look like. So, our fellows start in the summer, and you start with your usual onboarding, but we also have the fellows do meet and greets with senior leaders from across the organization, and you also get your first projects assigned. In the fall, you work on your project work, and you also undergo UCSF's internal lean training workshop series with our amazing continuous improvement team. And of course, you support fellow recruitment for the next cohort. After your first year of working on projects, you do a report out to our senior leadership team. And then starting your second year, most fellows choose to complete an interim management. This can look like managing a clinic or a program manager role. However, this is not required. You can also forego the interim management and work on projects in a focused area of interest. And then in the winter and spring of your final year, you either continue your interim management or your focused project work, and then you are doing your job searching for your post-fellowship role. So this is more of a detailed breakdown of some of the opportunities that occur during our fellowship program. So starting with flexibility, our projects are assigned based on organizational priorities and also areas of interests. So what happens usually is leaders will suggest fellow projects based again on their strategic priorities, and fellows will be matched to those projects. Or if you have a particular area of interest, as a fellow, you're more than welcome to connect with the leaders in those areas and see where you can get plugged into the work that is being done. Again, 2-year fellowship program with the option to do interim management. We also offer a variety of 101 classes for fellows. So these are recordings that offer the fellow a more in-depth look of areas at UCSF. So for example, there's a 101 video on how pharmacy works at UCSF, and there's also one on common project management tools that are used at UCSF. And sometimes we have leaders from particular areas join our weekly fellowship meetings and have a live 101 session. So it's a really good way for fellows to quickly get up to speed on the workings of UCSF. Like I mentioned previously, we also have meet and greets with our senior leaders, and we regularly attend executive leadership meetings. As for mentorship, there is opportunity to be administrator on call, where you partner with an executive to complete that role. And you also have executive level mentors in your project work. All of our projects are sponsored. They have executive sponsors who act as a sounding board throughout the progression of your project. I've also found that leaders at UCSF are very receptive to fellows and are always happy to have coffee chats or develop mentorship relationships in that capacity as well. And some more on mentorship here. We are extremely privileged to have the mentorship from our executive sponsor and navigator, Sheila Antrim, who is the COO of UCSF Health. And she brings a wealth of experience and knowledge, not only within UCSF Health, but also as the whole landscape of healthcare leadership. So from her, we learn about what it's like to be a leader, what that means at UCSF. We also learn about UCSF's key priorities. She helps to vet and identify fellow projects, and then she also acts as a sounding board and helps us to navigate those projects as we work through them. We have pre-scheduled meetings with Sheila. Usually the 2 first-year fellows will meet with her together, and the 2 second-year fellows will meet with her on a regular cadence. And those are those discussions where we really get into our project work and get her advice on our professional development. We also get to attend her direct reports meetings, which is a really great way to see her leadership in action and really learn about how she organizes her direct reports to make sure key priorities are being accomplished. All right, so our recruitment process. We, of course, use the NAFCAS portal for our applications, and our applications this year are due on September 3rd at 11:59 p.m. Eastern. There's always confusion because UCSF is on Pacific time, but our applications are due at 11:59 Eastern on September 3rd. We accept fellows from a variety of master's programs. We have fellows who are MPHs, MHAs, MBAs. All of those degrees are welcome to apply. And we accept fellows whose start date is within 18 months of their graduation date. So for this upcoming application, we'll be accepting fellows who have graduated in 2026 and 2027. Next slide, please. And this is more on our recruitment timeline. So we start with a first round video interview, and this year that will take place on September 10th. And then after the first round, we invite candidates to the in-person interview sessions. So that always starts with a welcome dinner, which will take place this year on September 24th. And then the next day, September 25th, is the interview day. So we always start with a small intro breakfast, and then we have a boardroom interview with leaders and former and current fellows. And then there's a separate case study interview. We also have lunch, which the senior leaders always stick around for, so it's a great time to meet and greet with them. We also have UCSF tours that occur throughout the day between interviews, and our offer is made by the following Monday. And one more reminder here that our application is due September 3rd, 11:59 Eastern Time. All right, now we will move into why UCSF Health. I'm happy to kick it off and then I will pass it over to Barrett. There's so many reasons why UCSF Health, as Barrett mentioned earlier, UCSF is truly world renowned for the clinical care and the training that occurs at UCSF. I think for me as an applicant, it was very apparent that UCSF is investing in the Bay Area and is constantly expanding. We're currently building 2 hospitals. We've acquired 2 community hospitals. We're always expanding our ambulatory footprint. And as an early careerist, that was really exciting to me, knowing that I could grow with this organization and seek opportunities both during my fellowship and post-fellowship. And once I got to UCSF, what everyone always says is you stay for the people. The clinicians are wonderful, and the administrative staff is equally exceptional and brilliant. And I think our mission, vision, and values really shine in all of the work that happens at UCSF. And you can tell that everyone who works here is truly invested in those values. And that's has kept me and hopefully will stay after my fellowship. All right, Barrett, go ahead.
Thank you. My why for UCSF Health is aside from being a nationally recognized academic medical center in the Bay Area, which I am born and raised from, I chose UCSF Health because I not only align with their mission and values, but I also, because personally, UCSF Health provided care to one of my family members with a terminal disease when another health system could no longer provide the needed care. So it means a lot for me to work for an organization that doesn't give up, is innovative, and puts patients first. Additionally, I believe in the motto, you are the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with, and therefore I wanted to surround myself with UCSF healthcare leaders who I admire and aspire to be like. And so having recently completed my fellowship, I have stayed with UCSF Health and looking forward to growing my career here. So with that, we're happy to address any questions that you may have.
I see 2 people with their hand raised, but I do see one in the chat that I'll go ahead and address. Deborah asked, do you look for the interim position within the system or is the position presented to you? So the way this works, I'm specifically thinking about clinical interim management positions. So our program director is wonderful, and when it comes time to look for interim positions, will send out a message to leaders across the organization, seeing if there's any openings that would be a good fit for a fellow. We get a few responses back with some openings, and then our program director will discuss those opportunities with us, and we can decide if it fits with our career goals and our interests. So it is really like a mutual identification of those interim positions. And then I know some people as well, if they have a particular interest, they can go directly to leaders in areas and see if they have positions open for them.
Yeah, I can speak to a little bit about that. As my second year, I chose 2 interim positions. My first was an AI program manager role, and then my second was a program director role for reproductive health, and both of which became full-time positions, and I ended up taking the my second interim role position. So that's what's great and unique about UCSF is that the interim positions can likely become a position, or you can continue with using it for the experience and going further from there. So, great opportunity to stay within the organization by filling that role, or explore other interests or strategic initiatives that Elizabeth discussed. All right. Looks like we have a hand raise for, sorry, I'm gonna n not pronounce your name correctly. Uh, Shurians.
You got it right in the first try. Thank you so thank you, Barrett and Elizabeth. I had two questions. I think you answered the first one about what are you planning to do after the fellowship. As you mentioned, you're staying with UCSF, and it's good to know that these interim positions can turn to permanent positions following the fellowship. So, uh, thank you so much for that. And my second question was, I noticed the case study being part of the interview. So if you both could elaborate a little more on that, what those cases look like.
Yeah, without providing too much detail, I would say your master's program likely prepared you for um, the case study and what as part of the interview. Elizabeth, do you have more insight for that?
Yeah, we unfortunately cannot disclose too much about the case study, but I would say that it is reflective of um, common situations you would encounter as an administrator at a expansive health system like UCSF.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Leah?
Leah?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I was just wondering, since you guys are conducting your interviews like over, it's more of like a few days as opposed to just like one specific day. So how does that work if we end up having interviews with another organization during a similar time? Because I've been noticing a lot of organizations do have September 24th and 25th specifically as the in-person interview date. So like how are you guys able to accommodate in those situations if we have two conflicting organizations we'd really like to try and pursue?
Yeah, what I would recommend as pursuing your fellowships is really before applying or as you're sending applications now is before you start hearing back is really prioritize where you see yourself not only doing your fellowship, but where you want to live and work thereafter. I think that that is will help decide when you're having multiple offers or conflicting interview times. It'll help prioritize when choosing because there aren't accommodations for rescheduling or doing it at another time. So it'll really comes down to the organization which you really see yourself at, where you want to live and work, and having to make that decision before even interviewing is sometimes gonna is is how to help make that decision. And then in terms, I see there's a question in the chat about um, international students. We don't do visa sponsorship. I know you're saying that that doesn't get, but I think we accept international students, not, but not, we don't do visa sponsorships.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put our email in the chat here. Um, I would recommend, Amir, if you send that question to our email, we can forward it to our program director and get you more information.
Any other questions? I know it's kind of a wild time when and it all happens very fast. But it's an exciting and highly recommended opportunity, I would suggest.
If I can elaborate really quickly on your answer that you gave, Leah, just for someone who sees all the applications, or not all the applications, but sees all the sites put their applications up. What we've recommended year to year is that a successful candidate applies to 5 administrative fellowships. And because the timeline has changed so much in the past couple years, it's going to spread out a little bit more. So yes, there are a lot of sites who are recruiting those or doing their final interviews those 2 days. But it shouldn't be too overwhelming if you're not applying like to every single site out there. On top of that, we're seeing more sites kind of move to doing virtual final round interviews, which should make your life a little bit easier. But if you have questions, please send them to the sites. They really like to hear from prospective candidates anyway, but send them to the sites and ask about like how they're helping to manage that because this is a year to year thing. Every single year they're recruiting and they're coming up against everybody recruiting at the same time. It's a real rush on both sides. So I promise that they're there for you too. So feel free to ask. Any other questions for Barrett and Elizabeth? I know we have a couple minutes left.
Happy to connect with folks offline also, so feel free to reach out and happy to help through this process. And those really interested at UCSF Health, I can help with where I can also.
Looks like maybe one more question from Ayana.
Yes, that's right. Thanks so much for your presentation. And I just wanted to clarify, you said if you graduated in like May of 2025, you're not eligible to apply.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're
All right.
just looking at 2026 and 2027 graduates.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Well, again, their information's in the chat. They're also on NAFCAS. You can contact them up through there as well and explore the landing page for their application. Elizabeth and Barrett, thank you so much for coming. I'll talk to you very soon, I'm sure. And if you have any resources you'd like to share with the folks on the call, please feel free to just email them straight to me.
Great.
Great.
Thank
Thank you
you,
so much.
Leah.
Thank you. All right. I see Tracy already and I see Justin. So I'm going to throw it over to the team at Johns Hopkins. Thanks for coming, y'all.
Hi, all. I'm Tracy Disk, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Assistant Program Director for our Administrative Fellowship Program. I'm also the Director of Performance Improvement here for Johns Hopkins Health System. Justin, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey everyone, my name is Justin Murphy. I'm a second year administrative fellow here at Hopkins, and I'll be walking through some information and some of my experiences with the fellowship with you all.
So Justin's going to walk you through some information first, and then we'll spend some time answering any questions that you might have. So Justin, you want to take it away?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just share my screen. Let me know if you guys can see it. All good? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, awesome. Well, hello, everyone. Again, thank you for taking the time and expressing your interest in the Johns Hopkins Medicine Administrative Fellowship program. I'm very excited to tell you guys more about it. So let's get into it. So first and foremost, here are our current fellows. On the left are our first year fellows and their headshots. We are very excited to welcome them this week. It was their first week with us. They started on Monday, so very excited to get a new cohort of fellows to join us here at Johns Hopkins. And on the right are the second year fellows, including myself and the rest of my cohort and the degrees in which each of them received in their graduate programs. Any of these individuals you see here, please feel free to reach out to. I'll also, on the last slide of this presentation, leave my contact information. So if you have any extra questions or want to connect offline or after the presentation, please do not hesitate to reach out. So just a brief agenda of what we'll get into today. We'll start off with a Johns Hopkins Medicine overview. We'll talk about the mission and vision of Johns Hopkins Medicine, some of the historical information that goes along with it, the organizational structure, as well as some really cool data points to share with you all. Then we'll go specifically into the Administrative Fellowship Program and its details. We'll review its structure, the governance, the specific rotations, and some project examples, as well as the post-fellowship trajectory or tendencies that we've seen in the past. And then we'll talk about the application and interview process. We'll review the applicant qualifications, the materials, as well as walk you through the interview process as well in the fall. And then lastly, we'll talk about some value proposition, just some fun things about living in Baltimore, and also allot some time at the end, of course, to answer any questions you may have. And then, like I mentioned, I'll leave my contact information at the end. Okay, so hopping into the mission and vision and history of Hopkins. So the mission of Johns Hopkins Medicine is to improve the health of the community and the world by setting the standard of excellence in medical education, research, and clinical care. The vision, paired with that, pushes the boundaries of discovery, transforms healthcare, advances medical education, and creates hope for humanity. Together, Johns Hopkins Medicine will deliver the promise of medicine. These two things are held with great significance at Hopkins and are a main proponent of all the work and all the care that we provide to the community as well as to the world. So some significant timeline events. 1873 is when Johns Hopkins himself bequeathed $7 million to establish JHU, the university, as well as Johns Hopkins Hospital. And then in 1889, Johns Hopkins Hospital opens, and then 4 years later, the School of Medicine also opens. In 1986, Johns Hopkins Health System Corporation is founded. And then in 1996, Johns Hopkins Medicine is jointly founded by the health system and the School of Medicine as well. And you can see a picture of Johns Hopkins himself on the right. Getting into the Johns Hopkins Medicine organizational structure. So Johns Hopkins Medicine is one entity. However, there's two large sections of Johns Hopkins Medicine, one of them being Johns Hopkins Health System Corporation, and then the other one being the School of Medicine. Those two make up Johns Hopkins Medicine. So beneath the Health System Corporation, you'll have our 6 hospitals being JHH, Johns Hopkins Hospital, the flagship, Bayview Medical Center, All Children's Hospital in Florida, Howard County Medical Center, Suburban, and Sibley. And Suburban and Sibley are the 2 hospitals in the NCR, or the National Capital Region, that we have, as well as the physician entities being community physicians and the regional physicians from Johns Hopkins. Then looking at the 4 to the right that fall underneath Johns Hopkins School of Medicine would be more specifically the Johns Hopkins Care at Home, Johns Hopkins Health Plans, Johns Hopkins International, as well as our Surgery Center series. So that's just a little insight into the organizational structure we have here at Hopkins and where things fall underneath each facet. Here's some significant data points that we wanted to share with you guys. We have over $8 billion in operating revenue, which is quite significant. We have locations in Maryland, Florida, and DC, like I mentioned previously. Over 350,000 annual ED visits, more than 42,000 combined FTEs, 2.8 million annual outpatient visits, and over 115,000 annual hospital admissions. And then there in the center, you can see the picture of the front of the hospital and the iconic dome there at the top, and a beautiful picture of us here at Hopkins. So shifting gears ever so slightly, we'll talk more about the Administrative Fellowship Program specifically. So the vision for the program is the JHM Administrative Fellowship Program provides a diverse and inclusive environment that develops executive leaders who will confront the challenges of healthcare administration and shape the opportunities of a dynamic healthcare system. This is the vision that we use to really format our program as we move forward. It's a 2-year rotational and project-based postgraduate healthcare administration training program, and you get exposures to different AMCs or academic medical centers, the community hospitals, the NCR, corporate entities, and a multitude of many other things as well. You get exposed to a huge breadth of opportunities here during the fellowship program. Here's the governance structure. So at the very top, we have an executive champion, executive sponsor being the president of the entire health systems, President Kevin Sowers. Our program director is Dr. Lisa Ishii, who is the senior vice president of operations for the health system. And then our assistant program director, who you guys met earlier, Tracy Disk, is the director of performance improvement for Johns Hopkins Medicine as well. And then we have our advisory committee of organizational leaders throughout JHM, which I'll go into more detail in the next slide. Then the preceptors are kind of your main point of contact through each rotation that you'll become very familiar with. as well as advisors and mentors being informal and formal setup that you get assigned at the beginning of the fellowship, which is a leaders throughout the healthcare system, and then also informal mentors that you kind of meet along the way. It could be a past fellow, it could be a preceptor, and so on and so forth. Here's the advisory committees. These names may be foreign, but I'll point your eyes to the titles of these individuals more so, just to show you the significance and the structure of support that we have for our advisory committee surrounding and lifting up the administrative fellowship program. So you can see all the way from the vice president and CEO of All Children's, we have VP of operations for the Surgery Center series, the president of Howard County Medical Center, and so on and so forth. So some high up leaders that are really invested and care about our program here at Hopkins. So the fellowship rotations and the format specifically, it's a 2-year program, so 24 months. The first 20 months revolve around your core rotations, being switching off between 4-week and 2-week, the order of which are randomized for each fellow. There's seldomly overlap between fellows at each specific rotation. So I'll give you some time I won't read through them all, but I'll give you some time to look at the 4-week rotations and the departments that you get to rotate in for a month, as well as the 2-week rotations. And then at the end of the 20 months, you have this 4-month buffer that oftentimes is filled with, if you're step into an interim role perhaps, or also elective rotation. So for instance, if there's a part of Hopkins or a department that you didn't get to rotate through, you could bring it up and suggest, I would love to see so-and-so, can I use this elective rotation time period just to do that? Or if you really enjoyed one in the past, you could say, I really loved budget office, can I go back? So that kind of window at the end gives you the chance to see things again, or see things if you haven't had the opportunity to yet, which is really, really interesting and unique about our fellowship. And then system level projects that transcend the rotations and you work on that doesn't necessarily have to do with one specific rotation, but more so at the health system level. Moving on, so some project examples, just big buckets of things that we tend to work on as fellows. It's not limited to, but we see these very often. So it could be policy reviews. For instance, I was in a system level project reviewing the genetic testing policy, or it could be project management roles, process improvement projects, strategic development, financial data analysis, business plans, or creating operational dashboards. I know some of my co-fellows have done that in the past. So just some examples of things that you could be working on here as a fellow, but also there's projects outside of the scope additionally. And then looking at the post-fellowship trajectory, here are some examples of real life examples of positions that fellows have gotten, whether it be the first job out of the fellowship, mid-career, and then also senior positions. So we can see the administrative manager of the School of Medicine is a position that a fellow got straight after the fellowship. Assistant administrator at Johns Hopkins Hospital, senior financial administrator, senior performance improvement specialist, or some tremendous opportunities right out of that fellowship. And then mid-career, you can see senior director of planning and development for the health system, chief administrative officer for the health system, as well as being a director for community affairs at Children's National. Lastly, some of the senior positions that our fellows have gotten: president, CEO of OhioHealth, founder and CEO of the Healthcare Asset Network, the VP of operations at Sibley Memorial Hospital, as well as the VP, COO of the Office of Johns Hopkins Physicians. So some really tremendous and significant positions that our fellows have landed in prior. So to step into the qualifications and materials for our fellowship application process, we are a member of NAVCAS, evidently, and so we require the graduate transcripts to upload official transcripts to NAVCAS prior to the application submission. So make sure you have that prior before you submit it. We also ask that you include your undergraduate and graduate GPAs on your resume. So that's something unique about ours and that we really take into consideration and look. So not only just your graduate, but also your undergraduate GPA as well. Make sure to include that. And then our letters of recommendation, we require 4, one of them being professional. It could be a past employer, a past boss, a manager, someone that can kind of reflect of your professional experience and professional cadence, as well as academic, being a past professor, a mentor, someone of that sense. And then the third one being your choice of another one, being either professional or academic. And then the fourth is a personal letter of recommendation, where I didn't see it anywhere else when I was applying, but you ask someone, it could be a friend, family member, classmate, anyone of your choice. And this really is used as an opportunity for someone to speak about your character and your personal letter of recommendation that can talk about you as a person and really shine light into who you are outside of work and school, which is really unique. And then lastly, the personal statement must be 1,000 words or less. And this is your opportunity to really highlight why healthcare, why Hopkins. So really take advantage of the opportunities that you can really put your all into in your application process. And then lastly, you must graduate from an accredited MHA, MBA, or MPH program just prior to the start of the fellowship and submit all the applications by the deadline to be considered for an interview. So anything submitted after the deadline will not be considered, unfortunately. This program does not sponsor visas as well. Moving forward, the interview process itself, our application window opens June 5th and closes September 10th. So we're currently open, so please feel free to send your applications in whenever you complete them. The first round of interviews will be conducted in mid-September. These will be a Zoom or a phone call with the interview committee. So they'll be remotely conducted. And then for the final round interview, we'll invite the final round candidates to JHH, so Johns Hopkins Hospital, in late September for an in-person interview on campus. And then the fellow selection will be early October when offers are extended. And then we also thought it'd be important to share some information and some insight into Baltimore as an area. So top left, this is the Inner Harbor in Baltimore. It's very nice. You can walk alongside it. There's loads of restaurants and events that always happen there. We recently, this past weekend, had something, I believe it's called Set Sail 250 or something of the sorts, but there's boats from all over the country that came and docked here in the harbor, and you're able to go and check them out, which was really neat. In the middle in the top row is Camden Yards, home of the Baltimore Orioles. I've been to a handful of games and they're always a great time. And the ballpark itself is iconic and it's beautiful. So another great attraction for Baltimore, as well as the row homes in the top right is an example of what a lot of the homes look like in the surrounding areas of Baltimore. And then bottom left is Fort McHenry. Fort McHenry, fun fact, was built in 1798 on Locust Point in Baltimore. It's a pentagonal fort designed to defend the city's harbor and most known for its place in the Battle of Baltimore. So some historical fact for you. But it's also a nice spot to go and kind of walk around and check out some of the historical significance of Baltimore. Bottom middle is M&T Bank, which is home to the Baltimore Ravens. I've been to one Ravens game at the stadium last year. I'm a Bears fan, so of course I had to go see them play when they were here. And I had a great time. It's a lovely stadium, another great attraction. And then the bottom right is the National Aquarium, which is super cool and a huge attraction as well for Baltimore. Maryland, looking into some of the surrounding areas of Baltimore, Annapolis, which is about 45 minutes southeast, is a lovely town to go. You can just new scenery, new foods, new restaurants, similar to Frederick, which is about an hour south. And then Swallow Falls State Park, if you're really into outdoors, hikes, looking at nature, Swallow Falls Park as well as Billy Goat Trail are great spots to go do so, as well as Aztec State Park. And then Ocean City, Maryland is about 2.5 hours north of Baltimore, and I've been there once, and it's a very nice place as well to visit if you're looking for a nice beach weekend. And then for our National Capital Region, like I mentioned earlier, we have two hospitals. So top left, we have Sibley Memorial Hospital, and the top right, we have Suburban Hospital, two of our hospitals located in the National Capital Region. In the top middle, you can see the Washington Monument. In the bottom left, the Capitol Building at night, and then some similar example of housing around the NCR, as well as some nightlife that you can check out. Very beautiful area and region. Very fun rotation as well, one of my favorites that I had. And that's all that we have today for you. So thank you very much. I'll leave this up here and I'll open up the other screen so I can see if you guys raise your hand. But I'll leave this up if you guys want to put down my information. I'm Justin Murphy. Haman Schubertel is the other chair for recruitment as well. So feel free to email us, email the fellowship email with any questions, or if you want to set up some more time to talk, we'd be more than happy to.
Thanks, Justin. Our program's been around since 1989, so we have a pretty good recipe for success. We've had 99 fellows that have graduated to date, and we currently have quite a few fellows that are currently with us. I think we have 14 between the two classes currently. So one of the questions we've gotten, does JHM provide any incentive benefits for professional development? Yeah, we do. So we allow one conference per year. We also have a lot of in-person training that exists through Johns Hopkins, and that's open to folks to take kind of whenever, that's for free. So we definitely allow those within our system. Do rotations require you to move or can you commute? So we provide housing for when you go to the NCR. You might look at a map and go, I can drive that. I can tell you it is a miserable, miserable commute. The 295 between Baltimore and DC is just, it's not a fun commute to do on a daily basis, nor would we want you to do that. So we encourage you to go stay kind of Monday through Friday down in the NCR and then come back up on the weekends. Any other questions? Go ahead.
How is the commute when it comes to Baltimore? Because I'm from San Antonio, so it's not a very good infrastructure city, so you kind of have to drive everywhere. But with in Baltimore, is it more public transportation, or can you also drive everywhere?
So I personally live in the suburbs and I commute in. So if I was to leave my house in the middle of the night, let's say 2 a.m. and come to the hospital, it would take me like 25, 30 minutes to get here. To get to and from work during rush hour, it takes me about 45 minutes, if that kind of paints a picture for you. Justin, do you want to talk a little bit about public transportation?
Yeah, absolutely. I live in a pocket of Baltimore called Federal Hill. So it takes me about 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes to get to JHH, the flagship. And that's at typical before work and after work time. So it's not too bad. But I know that there are some public transportation options. Like for instance, there's a train station that brings you right into the bottom or the basement of JHH that I know some fellows utilize, as well as the Blue Jay shuttle, which is a shuttle that Hopkins provides that I would have to ask my co-fellow who's used it before for more information, but I know that that's also an option for individuals who live in the Baltimore area but don't have a means to their own car, or so the shuttle can go and it's almost like a bus route, but specifically for Hopkins.
The next question is about visa and sponsorship and being an international student. We don't mind if you're an international student, we just can't sponsor your visa. So if you have a way of having a visa elsewhere, otherwise, you're welcome to apply. Justin, can you speak more to your experiences and why you chose Johns Hopkins?
Yeah, 100%. Why I chose Johns Hopkins, I was in everyone's shoes last year, obviously. And so when I was looking at fellowship programs, I was kind of looking into what I really first decided what I was looking for. So my personal preferences were I wanted a 2-year rotation and rotationally based. But then what I started to do, which was the biggest help, was to reach out to current fellows and ask, do you have, I know you're super busy, but can I maybe borrow you for some time to ask you some questions? Because that not only gives you the opportunity to get a better feel for if this program is the right fit for me, but also kind of hear that current fellow's experience and what they have to say about the fellowship, which gives you kind of an inside look into the program. And I did that with a lot of different programs and different fellows, and it really helped me gain a better understanding of what I wanted as well as what I was interested in. And all the fellows I met with at Hopkins were super enthusiastic. They loved their time and only spoke highly of the Hopkins program and its setup and structure. So that was enough for me to apply and really pursue it. And thankfully, I landed here as well.
So this person's asking if you graduated in 2025, would you be eligible to apply? No, unfortunately, you would not. You have to have completed your graduate degree in the last 18 months from the start date of your time in the program. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Tracy. So nice to see you again. And thank you, Justin, for the presentation. I was waiting for others to get done with their questions before I ask mine. So wanted to know that how do you turn these rotations, these 4-week and 2-week rotations into long-term relationships with the people that you're working with, and how has your experience been?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think my experience with that has been, even though you're in a specific department for 4 weeks or 2 weeks, and specifically the 2 week ones, definitely use that time to relationship build, talk to your preceptors, talk to the team members, really get to know them as much as you can in that time frame that you're there. And then even as you step away from a rotation, doesn't necessarily mean that you're disconnecting yourself from those people or those team members. For instance, one of my 2 week rotations, I still talk to it wasn't actually the preceptor, it was one of the team members. I still reach out and just send them an email now and then to set up some time and connect one-on-one with myself and her, just to continue that relationship and continue to ask questions and chase the curiosity of what's new and what did I miss since I left your department? How are things going? And just kind of keeping those connections and those relationships strong, I think is very vital in the fellowship. Because due to your question, you may only have 2 weeks, but that doesn't necessarily mean you stop any connection or talking to them after 2 weeks. That's your chance to build it and then continue it on for the duration of your fellowship or career.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Great question.
So our next question is our applications considered on a rolling basis? We do not look at the applications until September 11th. We only have a limited number of spots that we do first round and second round interviews for. So we, to give everyone a fair chance, do not look at it until after the period has closed. The next question is, does the program open applications yearly? We do. We take 6 fellows every year. If you graduate in December of 2027, you wouldn't apply this year, but you would be eligible to apply next year. Our next question talks about our projects primarily completed independently, collaboratively as part of a team, or a combination of both approaches. I would say a combination of both approaches is probably the best answer. So I'll let Justin talk about rotations in just a second, but I'll talk about what we call system level projects, which are meant to give a little bit more independent hands-on work. So the way that that happens is you're leading a team and you're doing something across the system, and it's a longer duration. We also sometimes, some of those projects sometimes end up being really complicated. So we might give you a buddy who's a project manager who's there to be a resource, kind of like a phone a friend, right? Who has some expertise in that area. Justin is currently working on kind of one of those partnerships, but you also get the ability to have some independent. Justin, you want to talk about the rotation-based projects too?
Yeah, absolutely. And Tracy's right. Sometimes that's exactly the case for me at the moment. But rotational based projects are, for instance, for the 4 week ones, you tend to get these projects, and for the 2 week ones, if it's possible to get projects that you can help with start and perhaps possibly end during your time. And that sometimes happens during your rotations where you can help them work on a specific task, churn it out and give it back before you leave the department. However, there's also projects that there's a few that I worked on during the Surgery Center series where I was working on the duration of the whole rotation, all 4 weeks, and then it also bled over into the next rotation and the next one after that. But that was okay because the bandwidth at the time I could work on it and make do. So some of them are more specific to the rotations and you can get them done within your time in the department, but some bleed over ever so slightly, but which is okay.
Are we at time? Is that why I see you coming off?
Yeah, we're right at time, but that was awesome. That was great, y'all. Thanks so much. And again, if y'all have questions, please feel free to send them. I know Justin put contact information in the chat and in the presentation. And then again, on NAFCAS, look at the application on NAFCAS and see who to reach out to on there. Thanks so much, Tracy and Justin. Tracy, I'll see you at the next mentorship cohort.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.
All right, y'all. We are heading into our last presentation of the day. For all of you who have been on all day, thank you for the long sit. This has been a great day so far. I see John and Emma coming off. It's their time to shine. So I'll go ahead and throw it over to the team at OhioHealth.
Thank you so much. And wow, the last one of the day. What an honor. So good to be here with everybody. My name is John Benyon. I'm one of the administrative fellows here at OhioHealth. Joined here by the team today. Give me one quick second as I share my screen here and we will get going. Okie dokie. All right. Is this showing the slide deck? Can I get a thumbs up or thumbs down?
Can't see it yet, John.
All right. Let's try it this way. Okay. How about this?
I can't see it, but I'm happy to try sharing my screen, see if it makes any difference.
All right. My last attempt.
There it is.
There we go.
That's perfect.
Look at that. Third time's the charm. All right. Well, again, thank you all so much for joining today. We'll round out with a little bit about the Ohio Health Administrative Fellowship. Wanted to get started though with some introductions so you know who we are. What we wanted to start first here with is a little shout out to our incoming fellows. We're so excited to have them join our organization here in July. Kelsey Abner from the University of Michigan, Jacob Weiler from Xavier, and Adele Bechtel from the Ohio State University. So really excited to see them, and we're excited for what they will bring to the organization. A little bit about who's on the call today from OhioHealth. I'll introduce myself and then we'll go around the room for those who are here from OhioHealth, a little bit about yourself. So my name's John Benyon. I'm from the Ohio State Universities where I completed my MHA. My preceptor for the first year of my fellowship was Scott Estep. He's the Vice President of Nursing Operations and Capacity Management. In my second year role, I'm currently the Administrative Manager of the System Staffing Office. And I'll pass it over to Emma.
Hi, everyone. Emma Detmer. I also got my MHA from The Ohio State University. I spent my first year of the fellowship with one of our chief nursing officers of 3 of our regional hospitals. And for my second year role, I am supporting those 3 hospitals as a business operations manager for their emergency departments.
Good afternoon, everyone. Excited to be here. My name is Joko Bojang. I completed my Master's of Healthcare Administration at the University of Kentucky. I spent my first year at our Grant Medical Center, our Level 1 Trauma Center downtown Columbus with the president of the hospital, Gene Halpin. And for my second year role, I will be the Business Operations Manager over our radiology and heart and vascular services.
Hi, everyone. Roxana Paredes. I also got my MHA at The Ohio State University. For my first year, I was with Christina Stucher, a VP of the Women's Center. And then for my second year, just transitioned to a business operations manager role in our clinical enterprise for our graduate medical education space.
Thanks, everybody. So real quick shout out to our fellowship graduates. Really excited for all 4 of these incredible individuals who are going to be taking roles here inside the organization. Anave, Sarah, Anjali, and Abby have been wonderful second year fellows and really excited for them going forward. All right, I'm going to pass off to Emma to talk a little bit about OhioHealth.
So before we talk about the fellowship program specifically, we like to highlight and share just a little bit about OhioHealth as a whole. So OhioHealth is a nationally recognized not-for-profit health system. We are rooted and affiliated with the United Methodist Church, and that really comes into play and informs our values, which I'll talk about in a second. OhioHealth is based out of Columbus, Ohio, and stretches over a 50-county area across central Ohio. We are currently comprised of over 35,000 associates, physicians, and volunteers. And currently our health system is comprised of 16 member hospitals and continuing to grow. We also have a growing ambulatory strategy with 200 plus ambulatory sites. This next slide highlights our mission, vision, and values, and we really like to talk about this because this is truly the core of what we believe as an organization and is really heavily embedded into our culture here. So our mission is to improve the health of those we serve. Our vision is to provide exceptional care for all through experiences that earn a lifetime of trust. And our values are compassion, excellence, inclusion, integrity, and stewardship, with our cardinal value being to honor the dignity and worth of each person. So I think my peers would agree, these at OhioHealth are not just words that are on our website. They're not just words on a piece of paper. These truly are deeply integrated into our culture here, and they are values that we not only look for in each of our associates, but that we expect, and especially in our fellows. So these are things that we really look for during the recruitment cycle. This slide highlights a little bit about us geographically and provides a visual as to what our footprint really looks like. So each of these orange dots represents one of our 16 member hospitals, and each of the purple dots represents some of our major joint ventures. As you can see, the dots are kind of divided where there's a cluster in the center and then some spread out. That cluster in the middle around Columbus, Ohio, is what we refer to as the central market. So it's more of our urban population. It's where our flagship hospital is, as well as our level 1 trauma center. And then all of those dots that are kind of spread throughout off of that cluster there, that refers to our regional markets. So those are a lot of our hospitals in some of our more regional, rural populations. And really, this is how we differentiate ourselves into two different markets and is really based off of those patient populations that we serve. Lastly, we want to highlight some of the general accolades that we receive as a health system. So last year, we had over $7 billion in operating revenue, and we are exceeding that target for this year that we're wrapping up. Last year, we also had over 3 million outpatient visits, over 630,000 emergency room visits. We also had almost 140,000 surgeries and almost 16,000 births. As far as our culture, 6 of our hospitals have received 4 or more CMS stars, and we are also nationally recognized and ranked as the most humanizing brand experience and #1 in Central Ohio. So just some things that we like to highlight. I will go ahead and pass it off to Joko to talk about our program specifically.
Thank you, Emma. Alrighty, I'm going to walk us through a brief overview of the structure of our fellowship program. So we have a lot of support built into the program. Firstly, as a fellow, you are paired with a preceptor. And so this is for day-to-day support, mentoring, and on-the-spot feedback. In addition, we have an executive sponsor. And so this is an executive at a higher level that focuses on the advocacy, visibility, and giving that system perspective. In addition, for the program, we have 2 directors, and so their objective is to oversee the fellows' progress towards graduation and making sure that you're meeting the goals of this program. I love this part. We are paired with a fellow buddy and a manager buddy for our second year, which I'll touch on in the next slide. But this is really helpful for us to kind of get that peer-to-peer feedback, and then also with the social engagement and integrating into the system and Columbus as a whole. And then lastly, we are paired with an executive coach, which is super cool, and emphasizing on that individual leadership, behavior change, and performance. So for our program, we are split into 2 years. So the first year really focuses on building a strong leadership foundation for fellows early in their career. The largest piece is that it's a project and experimental focus. So you're achieving project management experience based on organizational needs and personal interest. You're integrating into the service lines, the hospital, the outpatient facilities across the system. And then, of course, with the built-in support from your preceptor and executive sponsor and system leaders, you're able to be successful. And some other key opportunities, we're able to, again, dive into the individual development, one-on-one coaching, rotations across the system, and briefings with our executive team. So for the second year, the main objective is to develop people and leader competencies through a management role. So this is a management focus. You're stepping into your interim role. If you remember from earlier in the presentation, us first years transitioning into second year now have our second year management roles identified. So that is how second year will look. You have a team of direct reports, you're overseeing a budget, and again, you're still having the same level of support and getting that feedback as you continue on with your fellowship. Alrighty, and then on the slide here, it just summarizes what sort of support and resources we offer through the fellowship. Again, you're paired with an executive coach. We have a broad and large fellow alumni network that is available to you to leverage. We have our cohort structure, our mentor group, and on the learning side, we have our developmental seminars. The Enneagram assessment, if you all are not familiar, is a personality assessment that dives deeper into who you are as a leader, what are your areas of weaknesses and strengths. And then from a system perspective, we have the privilege of sitting on sessions and meetings where it's like VP and above, for example, performance close, and we're able to see, what's going on across the system, what are the main priorities, and again, the visibility and networking is super key. And then on this next slide here, we have a strong retention rate. Past fellows that have been a part of our program have a variety of different leadership roles across the system. For example, on the slide here, you'll see we had one of our previous fellows be promoted to VP of Nutrition and Support Services. So definitely gives you an idea of what can be kind of an end goal going through our program. Then lastly, I'll just sum it up by some of the resources and benefits that you'll have as a full-time employee at OhioHealth, including tuition reimbursement, our robust employee recognition program, associate discount and perks, and then of course, insurance and wellness programs. Okay, I'm going to toss it over to John.
Thank you, Joko. All right, I'm going to walk us through a little bit about the application process here, which I'm sure everyone's really excited about to learn a little bit more. So come with me here as we explore this a little bit. So the application process, there's 6 parts to this that we wanted to highlight for you. In each applicant will be asked to submit the following. So one's going to be a cover letter to help us understand a little bit more about who you are as an individual and the value that you're going to be able to bring to the fellowship. Current resume, as well as a personal statement. There will be supplemental questions for you to answer. There's no just one right answer to these questions, but it's to help our fellowship committee learn a little bit more about who you are as an applicant. So that's important to keep in mind there. We asked for 3 letters of recommendation, one being academic, professional, and other. A lot of times applicants will include an MHA director, program director letter of recommendation, which goes a long way. And then lastly, your official graduate school transcript. And we do recognize that some programs, the applicants have completed the didactic version or part to their coursework, and the fellowship again is a part to that, but just to include your official school transcript when you're applying. So what does this look like as far as the interview process? What are we going to be doing here at OhioHealth? So the application opened June 5th and will close September 10th, at which point we'll begin to go through all of the applications and begin our personal screening process here. Our first round interviews will be held virtually, and those will run September 15th through the 17th. And this is an exciting time to have interviews with current and past OhioHealth fellows, as well as more members of the team here. For those who move from first round to our second round, those will be held September 21st and if needed on the 22nd. And this is an exciting day. Obviously, plenty of nerves from applicants and candidates, but it's a great time. You'll be able to be here on site in person in Columbus, Ohio. We'll take approximately 10 to 12 applicants for these on-site interviews. And it's going to be a full day of panel interviews. You'll be interviewing with executives, our preceptors, and past fellows who will participate in these interview rounds to give us a holistic view of you as a candidate and best fit for the program. So it begs the question, what are we looking for as an organization? So you can see here that our ideal candidates will display the following behavior. Candidates will be graduated from a qualified master's program within 12 months of the start of the program, and they will be eligible if they do complete that portion. Communicates effectively with all associates and levels of leadership. As I'm sure you're aware of in the fellowship, there's a lot of communication that happens with not only frontline staff and individuals, but all the way up to our executive team here at OhioHealth. And so communication is a very important aspect as we're considering candidates to bring on site and eventually in person. So please keep that in mind there. Solicits and receives feedback. This is an important part to our fellowship. As fellows, we receive a lot of feedback as well as soliciting that from others to help us grow. And I know Emma and Joko both alluded to this, but our culture here is centered around the individual, helping them to grow and achieve. And feedback is an integral part to that. As well, we're looking for someone who's a self-starter, takes initiative, as well as a hard worker and is accountable. Accountability is a big thing for OhioHealth, especially in the fellowship program, doing the things that we say that we'll do and to take ownership of the work that we're placed in charge of. And Joko mentioned earlier how the fellowship is broken into year 1 and year 2. As a part of that, you're going to be managing many projects and responsibilities at the same time. I know for some of the second year fellows, we carry on projects from our first year. And when you tack that on to a management role, there's a lot of things to keep in mind to juggle in a day. And so being able to manage those different things is important for us. And lastly, if not most important, functioning as an effective team player and is relationship oriented. All right, that's enough from me. Let's hear from Roxanne a little bit about Columbus.
Yeah, thank you, John. I'll end us off here with just a few fun facts about Columbus before handing it off to you all. So to start us off here, a little bit about Columbus. We are one of the fastest growing cities in the US, and we do have a large concentration of young professionals, which serves us really well as early careerists within the fellowship program. So there on the right-hand side, you'll see just a few of those statistics there. So top 10 best cities to start a career. We do have a ton of different new grads here in Columbus as well. And then again, also the top city for those young professionals. And then here, just a little bit more, we are a growing population within the city and the metro area. We are home to the OSU Buckeyes here in Columbus, so that's something to take part of throughout the football season as well. And then we also have a ton of different neighborhoods and cities throughout the Columbus area. So we have our Grandview, Short North, our Brewery District, our campus area as well, that all give you the opportunity to socialize in different areas and take part of different activities. And then here are just a few different snapshots. So again, home to the OSU Buckeyes here. We also have a ton of different shopping malls in and around Columbus. And then we also have our Columbus Zoo and different festivals that happen throughout the year. And then we also have a ton of different sporting groups that you're able to take part in as well. And then here is our last slide, just showing you a few different pictures of what was our first year and second year cohorts doing a bunch of different things. So had the opportunity to shadow in a surgery. We have the opportunity to take part in different volunteering events as well. So that is all we have for you. Want to hand it off to you all to see if you have any questions. And then here on this slide, you'll also see our email address if you'd like to connect with any one of us.
I see there's a question in the chat. Does the program accept international students completing their MPH with postgraduate work authorization through OPT, STEM extension for the duration of the program? It's often confused with visa sponsorship. Gonna look to my co-fellows, make sure we get a good answer for you.
Absolutely. No, that's a great question. Currently, we do not accept candidates who are on a visa sponsorship right now, but thank you for asking. Please, I see a hand.
Thank you. Thank you, John, Emma, Roxanne, and Joko. I think one thing that stood out to me is the camaraderie that you all share. So I wanted to understand a little more about the culture of within the organization and within the admin fellowship, and what do you see in a applicant to have a good cultural fit with the organization?
Absolutely. No, that's a great question. Thank you so much. And yes, culture and camaraderie here amongst the fellows is very important to us. Something about the culture here that has stood out to me, and then I'll pass it to my other fellows as well to pitch in on this, but has been this idea of growth and mentorship, that the individuals who work here are very attuned to the needs of us as fellows. They understand that we're as part of a leadership development program here. I think that's something that makes it such a wonderful organization, is that there is that awareness and that desire and hunger to help and sponsor those who are learning and leading in the organization. But I'd love to hear as well from everyone else from OhioHealth.
Yeah, I'll quickly add. So honestly, the culture of OhioHealth is what brought me to choose this fellowship. When I was looking for a fellowship and organization, the first thing that I wanted to know was what were the values and how did they execute on them. And I learned through my research that OhioHealth really does live, breathe the values. all five of them. It's integrated so much in the work that we do and how we interact. And I'm a big people person, so I think what John touched on earlier about being relationship oriented, that's how you succeed in an organization like this, is making your network of connections, seeing a person not just for the work that they do, but who they are as a person. So first thing that comes to mind.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. That's really great for me to know.
All right, any other questions for us? I know we're at the end of the day, but please feel free to go ahead and ask anything that comes to mind. Well, we must have covered everything that well, or everyone's really tired after a long day.
I had to save the best for last when putting this one together. I can throw a question out there for all of you. In terms of the opportunities that you've been able to have, what have been your favorites, whether it be going to a certain professional development event or conference, or getting to work with someone who you've admired in your career. What's been the best thing for you?
I can kick us off because I think all of our answers might be a little bit different, which is really cool. One of my favorite things has been my relationship with my executive sponsor. So we had a slide that touched on all of the different facets of mentorship that we get through the program. You have your preceptor, which is day to day, but then our executive sponsor is someone who is a senior executive of the entire system. And you meet with them monthly, and they're there to really be an advocate for you and to get you visibility beyond the care site that you're specifically assigned to. And I have learned so much through my sponsor this year. He's been an incredible advocate for me. He has helped me get into meetings and rooms that I otherwise wouldn't with just my preceptor connection, and really has just been able to provide a different level of focused coaching and mentorship that's just been different from other avenues. So I would say that that is one of the things that drew me to OhioHealth and something that I've really enjoyed this year. Another one I will say is presenting at large system meetings. So that was specifically a personal growth goal for me in my year of the fellowship. Was I wanted to work on my public speaking. I wanted to work on my presentation skills in different forums. And so I've had several opportunities that have pushed me outside of my comfort zone, things that I would not have asked for that other people have offered to me and presented different opportunities. So I think just speaks to the level of leaders that we have and the investment that they really put into us.
And then for me, I would say just being able to lean into the different opportunities that my preceptor had. So with her being over the Women's Center and having this be a new build attached to our flagship hospital, there was a lot of really great opportunities for me to tag into a lot of different project work, and really kind of a once in a lifetime thing to do to be able to work on a new build and being able to see that through. So I had the opportunity to work on a really great project with her, and really lean on her for some of those, project management skills as well. And then also really leaning on her in my focus on wanting to really be within that maternal health space and had the opportunity to work on really great projects surrounding that. So I would say just being able to lean into what my preceptor had available and the different opportunities that she had, in addition to all the great relationships she has across the organization.
That's awesome. Thanks, y'all. We have about 4 minutes left. And I want to be sure that everyone's asking the questions that they need to and want to. Or if y'all have questions for the folks who are on the call too, that's totally fine. The time is all yours. So if anyone else has questions, please feel free to drop it in the chat or come off mute. I can plug some more cool things that Ohio Health fellows have done in the past. OhioHealth is very embedded with NCHL. I think has membership across every program of NCHL. And a couple years ago, we hosted a well-being summit on well-being for healthcare administration employees and how well-being departments are really caring for their employees. And OhioHealth hosted it, and two of the fellows helped us out. Abby and Sarah came and helped us out and helped us do tours, and we got to go see some incredible robots at OhioHealth. I was shocked and appalled and thrilled to be able to be a part of that tour, and great things that the leadership development team is doing over there too. But if there are any other questions for the team, I'll let us focus on the fellowship.
While we wait, if there's any questions in the chat, I don't want to cut us off too short, but just wanted to highlight this is a really exciting time to be at OhioHealth. That's something that we talk about a lot as in our cohort. There's a lot of growth happening right now, so not just physically, but also expanding service lines as well. So just to name a few, Roxana mentioned we have our brand new women's health center that will be opening next year. We also just broke ground this year on our brand new cancer center that will be right next to our flagship hospital. So growing our oncology service line. We have a huge cultural movement happening right now that's led by our HR team, but it is system-wide. So a lot of things with that. And within our physician group and our clinical enterprise, we have a whole access project happening right now where we're evaluating provider time slots and making sure that we free up access for patients to be able to get in for appointments and services. So just a little plug for all of the different things happening right now. When we look at incoming cohorts of fellows, there's going to be lots of projects that are really exciting for them to dock into.
I'll quickly add, I know we're close to time. I really want to emphasize what Emma just iterated. Like, there is so many opportunities that are here at this organization. And as fellows, we have that privilege through our title, like through our organization, they understand who fellows are, how competitive the process is, and understanding that we provide valuable work. Just again, going back to the great impression that our previous fellows have laid out for us. So you have so much autonomy to dive into your interests, your passions within healthcare. I had that experience when I first started. So hopefully looking forward to seeing some applicants from this call, but definitely here for any questions.
If there are no questions, I just had a quick note about OhioHealth. So OhioHealth has been involved with the Hopkins Business School for the past couple of years, that from what I've heard, and we did have a consulting project with them. It was my first priority, but they were doing needs matching, so I was matched with Salesforce. I didn't get an opportunity to fly into Columbus. Another team did, but I heard about the project with the ED, and it was just great, and they had a great experience. So I've heard a lot of good things about OhioHealth, and I can tell from the culture right now as well that it's a great place to be. So thank you so much.
That's awesome. We're so glad to hear that. Thank you for sharing.
That's awesome. Thanks, friends. Well, we are at time. It's been a great day. Thank you. Thanks to the four of you for coming to present. I know the end of the day is tough to get through, but of course you'll get all the resources and everything after and get to talk to these folks ongoing. I'm sure there will be questions that come to your email. And again, the OhioHealth team is their listings on NAFCAS, so you can reach out to them through the same email. If you don't get a chance to grab it now, you can reach out over there. Thank you all so much for joining today. We'll see the rest of you again on October 7th. Whole new schedule, whole new calendar, folks coming to present to you. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to ncaf@nchl.org. And I am so excited. We pulled it off, y'all. We got through it. But I'll see you in August. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.